fellas, what's up? Dreadlock, what's up, fam? Benny! What's up, fam? See, Rich is in the house, what's up, fam? Boosie, what's up, fam? Boosie, I need you to get that hardware, fam. Mr. Calvin Walker from Louisiana. LSU, baby. Welcome to the show, fam. Old Smoke, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show. Robert Sadie's in the house. Frank Rizzo, what's up, fam? Mr. Paris Jackson, what's up, fam? My brother, my homie for life, Red Bobby, what's up, fam? Supreme Excellence, what's up, fam? A.Q. Hendricks, Kennels in the motherfucking hills, what's up, fam? Yo, what's up, knucklehead? What's up, fam? Big Dom Pig 228, what's up, fam? With you, what's up, fam? SBO Kennels is in the house! What's up, fam? Mr. Prentice Carr is in the house! What's up, fam? Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboys in the motherfucking house! Adriana, what's up, fam? Welcome back! Dogmen, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam! Walking down Red Big Steppin'! What's up, fam? Wells Kennels Combines in the motherfucking house! What's up, fam? Hilltop Samo! What's up, fam? Pit Dog, my brothers in the house! What's up, fam? Marquise B is in the house! What's up, fam? To all the newcomers that's in the house, as you'll notice, most everybody in the room been with us for quite some time and already been participating with this channel for quite some time. In order to go blue and pick up your hardware, all we ask you to do, show up a couple times, participate in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Before you know it, you'll be in blue. That's our goal, to try to get everybody in blue. So we all ask everybody to participate hit those like buttons. For all my newbies, hit those subscribe buttons. And for some who don't know, you can hit that notification when we come on. But you know what? We always gonna be here Tuesdays at 8 o'clock and on Fridays. So, hey, it's like Monday Night Football, baby. Like clockwork. Mr. Eric LeGree, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Tablets in the house. What's up, fam? AJ, what's up, fam? Boy, we got some heavy hitters up in this piece tonight. We got some heavy hitters. I'm checking out them votes, boy. I sure wish I knew who them no's was. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But I sure would like to get some input from them no's in the chat today. See how that works out for us. Give us another idea, another outlook on how that works. Cause I'm intrigued to know, you know what I'm saying? Mr. Gunners in the house! What's up, fam? Mr. Eric Collins in the house! What's up, fam? M.O.R. Keith, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show. Yeah, man. What's up, man? Welcome to the show, fam. Gallery Kennels is in the house. Gallery Kennels, what's up, fam? Mayhem Kennels. Ed. Mayhem, what's up, fam? Hey, Mayhem, I tried to read the whole thing, fam, but you already know how that go, man. I hope no disrespect, fam. But Mayhem, what's up, fam? JG, what's up, fam? Welcome back, bro. I got my eye on you, homie. Appreciate you coming back and appreciate that comment, JG. I done seen you here a couple times, JG. You always got something nice to say, fam. JG, pick up your hardware, fam. Again, for all the newcomers that came in the house, you'll notice this whole room is journey blue. These are people who have always come to the room, always participated in the chat. Some, little donations here and there, but always contribute to the channel. All you got to do, show your face, cause I'm looking for you. Everybody's gonna have hardware in this room here. Participation is the key. Big C rules. What's up, fam? Big C, get your hardware, fam. Welcome back, man. I told you I was waiting on you. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I ain't gonna do you like that, fam. I ain't gonna even do you like that. You make me feel like I forgot about you, man. I ain't forget about you, fam. Get your hardware, fam. Yeah, man. To all my moderators, and I got a room full of them. These are like sharks in the water. Don't know half step go around in here. We got too many sharks in the water, and they looking for some chum. They looking for some chum. I'm telling you, we're the chum. They want some chum. Green teams in the hills. What's up, fam? Mr. Jermaine Brown, welcome back, fam. You know I done seen you more than 3 times, fam. Well, guess what? Get your hardware, fam. As y'all know how we get this thing pumping, y'all know how we do this. Y'all know how we do this. Can't nobody kick nobody out. Hey, but we're gonna be respectable to each other. We're gonna be careful about what we say and how we say it up in here. Y'all understand where I'm coming from? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I got nothing but the bulldogs up in the hills. Hey, Mo.
What's up, baby?
Hey, baby, what's up? Lefty! Lefty, what's up, fam?
Come on! Oh, yeah! Twin 2 in the motherfucking house! Come on! Break it down! Come on! Y'all know the deal. Y'all didn't know what y'all got to do. Before you sit down, you better get down. Did y'all check them chains? Did you give your dog that fresh water? Did you check them cameras? You check them collars? Huh? You take that axle? You pick up that shit? And if you did that, it's time to sit down. You gotta get down before you sit down now. Come on! What's up, fellas? That's right, Twin 2 up in the motherfucking house tonight. I'm back for another Talk Shit Tuesday. Come on. Yes, sir. Another day on the books. So where we going with this today? Huh? Where we going with this today, huh? You know how that conversation go.
Phone in! What's up, fam? Dream River Kennels is in the house.
Sweet Means in the house.
Mr. John Kramer, what's up, fam?
Big Stumpin', what's up, baby?
I'm playing catch up, fam. Hold up. PGH 412. PGH 412. What's up, fam? Brian, what's up, fam?
Yes, sir. What's up, fellas? Thank y'all guys for coming out today on Talk Shit Tuesday, another day on the books over here at GH.CH. What's up? I know y'all been watching out there. We was on 7-8 Sports. Come on, man. What pleasure was that for me? Big pleasure. Shout out to 7-8 Sports, the General, the panel, for everything you've done over there at GH.CH, bro. Very appreciated and definitely honored. Fat Bill. You're still my dude. I think I want to start the show early with this one. I got to do my little brag thing here. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff over here y'all want to show y'all right quick before we get started. Yep. First of all, I want to make a big shout out to Hemi James. What's up, baby? You in here? Hemi James, shout out to you, baby. Salute. Hemi James. One of all the CDs here. Let me start with this one here. This is Fat Bill's old book here, y'all. Yeah, this is what his book used to look like. Right there. This is a gift from Hemi James. Hemi James sent me this. He sent me Fat Bill Volume 1. Yes, sir. Hemi James, shout out, baby. Loving it, man. Yeah, that's the little stuff. Check out this one. Hemi James. There you go. See, there you go. The interviews. I'll open that up here, look into some of the stuff in here right quick. I don't want to show y'all too much. Just a little piece. Mr. Normal Houghton. Yeah, book's got a lot of stuff in it. Interviews, pages of interviews. Pages of interviews. Good book here, fellas. I've been binging a little bit. Okay, all right, I've been binging a little bit. Oh yeah, and now I gotta break out Fat Bill shit though, right quick. Start with this one right here. Boom! Fat Bill! Shout out to you, baby. Couldn't get no sweeter than that, bro. Yeah, and you, as you know, guys, there it is. There it is. There's that signature. That's that thing I put up there in that, you know what I'm saying? Put up there in that closet shelf right there. Yep, that's the memento. Signed by Fat Bill. Great book here, guys. Just want to let y'all know, great books. Got a lot of good dogs in it. One particular one, signed by Fat Bill. Bolero! No, that's not Bolero. That's Grand Champion Bo. Grand Champion Bo, fellas. Here we go, right there on the back. I'm trying to get y'all where you gotta see that. Grand Champion Bo, signed by Fat Bill. Yes. Keep that one in there. He even got Mayday in here, y'all, in his book. Look at that. So we can't say Fat Bill be hating on Mayday no more, y'all. He got him in his shit. Got an interview with Victor. Good reading. This whole book. All these books, man. Can't ask for nothing better than this outside of, you know what, Schoolboy. I mean, that y'all matching, like, you know, come on, y'all. I ain't got no complaints. Nothing but love, fellas. Nothing but love. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. I got one more. This thick one right here. Yeah, this thick one right here. This is a thick book. That's why you see I'm holding it. Right. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to open this one. Yeah, look at this one, y'all. This the one he's selling over there right now. Okay, yes. You got that signature. Even in the big book. Right there. Shout out to Fat Bill. Thank you, bro. It's always good to disagree. But it's all right to disagree. We just have different opinions about certain things. But that don't change the love of the fraternity we all got in common, guys. We love our dogs. Okay? We might bark, but that's what bulldogs do. We bark. But it all being good, man. It be all being good. Sometimes the bites gets a little rough. But if you ain't got thick skin to play in this game, get out.
Hey, I'm going to get in here and make my personal appreciation to Fat Bill, Hemi James, for doing what they did, man. You know, I mean, that's big right there. That's big right there. Good looking out, fellas. One love, man. That's just me. I got to get my personal appreciation in there. This ain't just from him. It's from me, too. So you're going to hear it come out of my mouth. Thanks again, fellas. Much appreciation. Thank you.
Hey, on that one. Hey, number one. Guys, look. Now, y'all know I be dealing with my little sickness and shit like that. And I just want to bring certain things to some of you guys. I don't know, some of you people, I know some people pick it up. But in my condition, I'm losing not just memory. My memory is getting so bad that I can't really put anything down. It's not safe for me to put anything of importance anywhere because I'm losing it. I'm finding it hard to say words that usually easy words for me to say. You know, they're not coming in my head. You know, it's not like I got the flow anymore because certain words could be simple words, you know. They don't know how to come out. Sometimes I'm saying things that I think I'm saying, but I'm not. I listen to myself and I said that all wrong. And I go back and look. So I'm going back to the doctor tomorrow and they're gonna take a little deeper look and see if the deterioration is getting, you know, going to places that I don't want it to go. You know, because I'm really having a hard time, you know, communicating and not being able to say what I want to say. I'm not being able to do what I want to do. It's bad enough the feeling, but now the brain, I'm tripping. I can't say and do certain things because I'm afraid that I might say something stupid, you know, get right into a good conversation and then just forget what the hell I was just talking about, or get a simple word, you know, that really throws the whole conversation off. Or literally be in the conversation and saying something I think I'm saying, and then when I go to do a playback, it's not what I meant. So guys, if you run across that, trust me, it's not that I'm dada or goofy or dumb or moving too fast. It's just something, it could be the medicine, it could be more deterioration of shit, you know? But they got me going into the doctor tomorrow, and hopefully we can, you know, either find out is it more that I have to deal with, or is it something they can do? So guys, please excuse me, forgive me, you know, if y'all catch me doing that. It's not meant. So just work with me and deal with me a little bit, guys, because the best I got is still here. And that's what I have, you know, the best of me. And I share that with you. Now, y'all know what the poll's about today. Okay, it's a good poll. You know, and I'm surprised to see a lot of no's on there. You know, I would like to hear If anybody voted no, I'd like to hear your opinion. You know, give the people who's voting yes, you know, another side of something we all might not be thinking. Because I know when I was starting off, and today I'm going to do that because I want to start off because everybody, I said this before, you know, when we came in, how we came in, okay? And a lot of the dogs that I didn't have out here on Peds Online wasn't because they were, you know, weren't good dogs. It just, they were so far back in the beginning. You know, Fat Bill asked me on the show yesterday, he said, you know, when I was telling him about the Fergie Brunson and Tadpole, yeah, it was a private show. But see, I missed the Duke show because I was late. You know, it was hard enough for me to get in. You know, at first, it was a hard time for me to get in. Coming from Akron to go up to Warren, you know, I was late because it was private. But once I did, you know, Fat Bill don't look like the Fat Bill. They put it like this. When I was at the Tadpole and Bronson shit, y'all, me and my twin, we were still new in the game. We didn't know anybody there but the two people, you know, the people we from Akron. You know, it wouldn't be there if it don't be for those two people. So, you know, my shout out, what I would have to go to and just come out and say it, B. Quest Kennels. Ohio Cass is the guy who made everything in my growth possible. And because it was through Ohio Cass that I was at a lot of these places, at least to the point where I was able to go on my own. He opened those doors to let us walk in. And believe me, 90% of the time, look, when I first met McNasty and them, I didn't know who they were. Didn't know a damn thing about them. When I first met the Abrahams, didn't know them. When I went to Bronson match, I didn't know who Fergie was. I don't know him. I didn't know who Fat Bill was. I didn't know him. But I knew one damn thing. I was around when they had that bag out talking about Bronson gonna need here. Gonna need this for Bronson, and ended up needing it the damn self. And I do remember Fat Bill talking shit. He had a little crossfire back with Ohio Cass that night. So, yeah, my memory ain't as sharp, but it's not that bad where I don't remember my better days, my better ways. You know, I've seen a lot of great matches. I didn't even know who Kenny Allen was, but I was able to see great matches. You know, when Robert T beat, it was champion against champion. Robert T beat Migraine, great match. You know, then I seen Robert T lose to Duke. That was a great match. But these are great shows. Most of the time, I didn't know everybody in there. Never did I really know anybody until you get to know them. You know, I didn't never really walk around and say, hey, I'm Twin from Growing Hard. No. There ain't but two twins outside of the matches that I went to. I know other twins that's in the dog game. Like the ones up in New York. You know, I never ran into them, but they were pretty relevant in the game just like me and my brother. So, you know, but it's obvious you see two motherfuckers walking around, you know they twins, so you might not know who we were, but if you saw two twins running around in the building, you know that was Growing Hard twins. Okay. And Fat Bill, he asked me, he said, you must have been young back in 81, 82. Said, I was doing dogs in 81, 82. I came into the dog game in the early 80s in the Carolinas. So he must have thought I was a young guy. I'm 61 years old. I don't know how old Fat Bill is, but I'm 61. I'm a few months younger than Roster Man. That just show you how long they've been in the game. Because at my age, so you can imagine, Roster Man is just a few months older than me, yet he was already established. Literally. By them times, even Fat Bill, during them times, you know, now we up in the 86, 87s, those guys were pretty well established in the game, we were just getting our feet wet. You know, we didn't have a yard of dogs. Remember, they was constantly getting stolen. You know, I'm probably one of the guys out here that probably have more good dogs taken because they really didn't share a value, you know, back then when it comes to coming and going, when you have an objective. You know, now, you know, like I tell you guys, you know, I had to break down and put cameras and everything else out there, you know, because that was one of the most hardest things for me to deal with in the game. Dog thieves. These guys knew what dogs I had that they wanted to steal. You know? And I was definitely a target because it kept happening. And once them cameras went up, you know, and the word got around, you know, I ain't gonna get caught. If you get caught out on my yard, you got a whole lot of acreage to go digging up to go find you. So I think a lot of that was when those cameras came up, you know, a lot of the theft stopped. So that's why you always hear me pushing on the cameras. When those cameras went up, them popos, or whichever you want to call them, they stopped. Because you're not getting in, and you don't want to get caught doing something wrong. Something that they would usually do until they got caught doing something wrong, which forced them to stop doing what they thought they was going to get away with. Your cameras, guys, you're going to always hear me pushing cameras. Cameras is very important for you guys to have. This got to be under surveillance, guys, because you don't know when you're gone what's going on your yard. And who wants to come home to see something going on the yard and can't look into what it was? You can't hit replay to go back and see what happened. That's the hard part. That's where cameras come in good. Cameras are good to have. So please, get your cameras, guys. If there's anything that I would do now that I didn't do then, which would be a yes, was came in the game understanding security. Not just security from dog thieves, but security for the unwanted eyes. You know, the snoopers. So cameras was a big part in something that I think today is very important. Just as it was important back then that I didn't really take heed of until all the incidents and things that happened to me. So, you know, I would definitely say cameras. If you can spend a bunch of money on a dog, you can spend a little bit of more money on them cameras. Because the cameras are very important, especially if you're going to be doing your dogs to the point where you got a yard full of dogs and you want to keep everybody safe. You got good cameras with good ears, then you know when somebody's off the chain, because there's not going to be a battle royal going on that yard and everybody on the yard is not trying to be a participant. So you will hear those dogs. And with cameras, especially, you'll hear it even more clearly for those who used to have yards like me where, you know, my yard was on the same property, but I had acreage, so there was not where dogs, the whole yard could be barking, and I would not even be able to hear them. The cameras brought that to light once I got them. Dogs start barking, I'm going to hear them because my cameras are picking all that up. You can just hit a button now these days right there on the phone. Damn, just scan the damn yard, different cameras. You know, I got cameras that move around. Cameras are important. Cameras are important for guys who worry about investigations. They don't just come knock on your door on shit like that. If you got an investigation, you'll know by just watching your cameras, because one thing you will notice, you have any doubt that somebody is snooping around you, have your cameras in the right place, and you'll see. When they raided me, I look back on those security cameras and seen them doing all kind of shit before they finally came to my home. I seen them riding around, I seen them getting out, going over to people's doors, knocking on their doors, talking about them. I even see them turn around, pointing at my house. Without those cameras, I would have never saw all that. You know what I mean? I always gave you guys a story for you new guys that's new in the room tonight. I had them bars go up there and go back down there and tell the people that, like, I cussed them out and chased them off my yard. This is what they went down there and told them. I wasn't even home. They wasn't even talking about the cameras. You know, while they there, knocking on my damn door, looking all over my fence, checking doors to see if they could get a door open. Looking at the cameras, saying them cameras, they were like dummy cameras. You think they were? No, I don't think they're being recorded. I don't think we're being recorded. They don't even look real. They just got a bunch of signs out here. Well, guess what? Guess what? When them people started that investigation based on their remark about me kicking them off my yard, me cussing them out and chasing them away, I sent their boss the camera footage. And while I was telling him I was getting ready to send him this information, I told him and tell them, by the way, yes, the damn cameras did work. And they getting ready to see. So before you show them anything or ask them anything, just let them know right off the top, based on the comment they made on camera, yes, those cameras did work. And yes, they were recorded. You never have to worry about another one knocking on my door, fellas. They was too damn scared. But all in all, and that being said, that's part of the history. What about the history can we say can help you guys raising your dogs here in the future? Remember, only thing that I talk about is in the past. Anything that I talk about is only fictional. It's a past, historical, fictional story. Guys, you're always going to hear me keep saying that because you guys, I'm trying to push this thing into your head. You cannot move forward unless you understand the past. Do not let our failures in the past be your failures in the future. Things that we did in the past could be done better for the future. And that's what we're talking about. I hear a lot of you guys say, yeah, it works, it'll help. We need to know the past. It's very important to know the past. I mean, can you imagine coming into the dog game straight raw without knowing nothing about the past? When I say not knowing nothing about the past, remember guys, when I came into the game not knowing shit. Not knowing nothing. And the funny thing about it was I'm getting dogs, guys, that have very little appreciation to outside the fact that they is pit bulls. I didn't understand the breeding. I didn't understand the pedigrees. And I'm getting dogs from 2 guys, some 3, because they liked me or they liked the show, one or the other. Probably liked me because it wasn't much for me to talk about. So anything that I talked about, I was always talking about in amazement. Like I talk about when I meet Schoolboy, or when I talk about when I meet Ram or Fat Bill. You know, these guys, I never seen these guys. I've seen Bill, but I didn't know who he was. You know, when y'all talk about Atlas Brewer and all that and James Edwards, I didn't know them guys. I didn't know how important to the game they were. But they got a historical value to me now. Because if it don't be for them, if it don't be for the sheriff, then I would have never had the opportunity to meet these guys. And if it don't be for those 2 guys right there, James Edwards and Atlas Brewer. You know, remember, they didn't teach me a damn thing. And I think that I figured out why. One thing that I noticed in my growth going through the game about the Carolinas, and this is no hate. This is no hate. But they were common camaraderie of guys. they knew each other. Remember I told you, I said James was getting mad at Tom because Tom started asking for more money for his studs and his pups. And, you know, they was making it sound like, you know, we all was in agreement that we would do this and do that. And maybe that's how it was back then. Remember, this is the South. I'm not from the South. I am a Yankee. I just was living in the South because I was a Marine. And it was definitely a difference. It was definitely a difference because they did work hand in hand. They all knew each other. You know, they didn't have the kind of shows that, you know, that I grew up into the game seeing, you know, total different than what I saw up north than what I saw down south. Total different. You know, down south, you can do a belt buckle in a bag of dog food. You know, and these be two great dogs. Down south, you could breed some great dogs back then for $350. To me, that sounds kind of much. Back then. But as I grew, there was more value to the dogs up north. Because you wasn't going to go breed no $350 dog up north. When I got up there, it was $750 at the least. Puppies wasn't being handed out. You barely get puppies off these yards. But what I did notice again is that when you got a group of guys that's in a fraternity, and that's probably why Fat Bill probably broke away from the journal, you know, politics, the way the journal did things, you know, and it's one thing to break away in because of what the journal was doing, but to break away and down there in the end, do the same thing the journal was doing. There was nobody working on fair ground. Everybody had their preferences. I guess it's hard to, you know, figure out, you know, when you got guys sending reports in and you don't know these guys, but you know your guys, and your guys could be doing a lot of bullshit and you just keep quiet. That was going on in both magazines. You know, they was both, you know, you didn't like the way James was doing it, then, you know, back then, Bill was the same way. You got away from the journal, you just created something, a movement, a great movement. It changed the game. But in the end, you had your preferences just like Jack Kelly. You might sit behind your desk and see it's something different. But let me just straight up and be honest, guys. Being I was in both places and them matches in both places, north and south. Dixieline Connection is not just a kennel. It's a movement back then. And we can look through these books and see it. You can see it. These old books, if you notice, you may catch one or two people of color in these books. Or maybe one or two. You may look through some of these books and see maybe 4 or 5 great dogs of people of color in both books. Okay? But the point that I'm making here is we don't beat on something when it's the best you got. And the journal and Fat Bill's book was just the best we had. So for any one of them to, you know, to report and to honor, don't worry about the next man. Just worry about your own yard. You know, make sure they do you right. You know, because there was a couple of them out there that, you know, they got passes. Maybe because they was, you know, on that line. Yeah, there was a couple of them out there that, you know, so when Bill jumped up there screaming and hollering, you know, about certain things of the past, you know, it's all right to disagree. Yeah, I'm not going to be mad at you. I don't get mad about that kind of shit. It's when you put me down thinking, you know, baseline, you know, Everybody got their own opinion. I don't knock nobody's opinion. Because sometimes somebody's opinion can make things better. Can't never close your ears to opinionated people. But don't put an opinion if you can't take my opinion on what I think about you. Okay, that's when your opinion goes to shit and I become aggressive. Because if you can give an opinion, so can I. If I can take your opinion, then you take mine. If you can't take my opinion, then we're going to have a problem. And you don't want to have a problem with two jarheads because I don't get into that kind of shit. And we're old men now, and it's part of the past, and it shouldn't matter. So there's going to be a lot of guys up here to come on this show that have their own opinion and their own side of things, the way they see things. Okay? My claim is not a claim. Everything that I tell you guys, I tell you to the best of my knowledge. And never once have you ever seen me deny a fact that, that if my facts are wrong, I'll be the first to let you know. Okay, so we gotta get all this stuff out, guys. Being that we're on these podcasts, and you see, we're popping up in places, popping up on different shows, and I don't mind. I want to share all of it. It's not changing anything. It's not changing the way I think. It's not changing the way I feel. I'm just trying to put out there what I did. And what I did is done. It's over with. Can't be changed. You're talking about 30, 40 years, I might get some of those things wrong, but the major pieces of the puzzle is the pieces that created what is left for us to talk about, that put me in the position that I'm able to get here on this podcast and sit here and talk to you guys about. And that goes for other guys on other shows and other panels, and it's the same thing for them. So we respect the game as long as you're being respected. Okay? You owe the game that. Every dog man should respect everybody's opinion, whether you like it or not. I might say that Fat Bill had trash-ass dogs. Doesn't mean that I'm going to whoop his ass when I see him, because he said that my dogs weren't shit. All right? No, you just take it like it is. Back then, you said some shit like that, you better go get one. Because if you get called out, you better be ready to step up. See? That's back then. That's back then. This is how Dogmen settled their differences. You hear a whole lot of he didn't go into him and he didn't go into her, and they didn't use this and they didn't use that. Well, guess what? All that's part of history, and yes, it may be true. But where in there do these guys lose their respect? We shouldn't always act like that to the point where you lose respect. We're talking about dogs. Dogs that we love. Like talking about your woman, talking about your kids, talking about you. If you feel like that about your yard, then be careful about what you say about somebody else's yard, unless you are ready to defend your yard like you putting down somebody else's yard. Okay? There's a lot of things out here, guys, that we have to accept. There is a North and a South. South, we hear you guys always barking. Like the North don't respect you guys. If it don't be for the South, a lot of the North wouldn't have these dogs. Remember, guys, this is all about the past. So as we talk about history today, we're talking about that history, remember? That's the poll. And this is what I'm talking about. The history. And what could it affect to the future? Well, I'm on that right now. I'm talking about history. History. You cannot continue to move forward in the history of the game unless you know the history. I see too much racial shit pop up in the game that it was motivated by money anyway to become a racial issue anyway. And it was always a racial complex between the North and the South anyway. because us Northerners, we're not used to the Southern way of doing things. Southerners, y'all kind of used to the way things go in the South. You have to agree with me. A lot of you guys got to agree with me. A lot of guys from the North, we didn't have a James Crenshaw or a Fat Bill or Atlas Brewer or anything like that. I had McNasty, Ohio Cash, B.O.B., Bloodsport, Loctite, Down and Dirty, Mau Mau. These are old Dogmen, Big Ralph. These were my Atlas Brewer and James Atwood's and James Crenshaw. If y'all understand what I mean. So it's real hard for me to try to relate, being I dealt with both sides, from the South to the North. The North taught me a lot. The South put some good dogs in my hand. But it was the North is what created the dog man I am today. Because the South wasn't sharing. And I don't know if it was just us or was it a racial thing? Because you always see, you look in those books. You can't change what you can't, what's there, because it's there. It's part of history. We grab all these books, we don't see a whole lot of us because it's not us and it's not our books. There's not a lot of people writing these books talking about our dogs of the past. We're always seeing their dogs of the past, whether North or South. It's still, they throw a few of us in there. But the past, the historical part of it, there was nobody out there standing in our corners. And you had to really be something special, really something special. You know what I'm saying? For you to end up in a book. That's why I always say the roster man, you know, my hat goes off to him because he's probably one of the very few guys that I've seen amongst all those guys that was a person of color that was intermingling with those guys. You had to be something special to be able to do that. Because I can say that about running around with Big Mike in Stone City. Okay? I mean, I'm a person of color, but I'm with the Puerto Ricans. And I'm pretty sure they're not prejudiced because they got black Puerto Ricans. But at the same time, there was separation. Yeah, how cool we were. How cool we were. I was always looking that when I got in a car full of people that I was going to be somewhere in the middle, not by a window. And I accepted that because of who I was riding with. You know, just part of the game. It didn't bother me. Shit, we had that kind of problem when we have people of color ride together. Somebody going to have to sit in the middle. You know what I mean? But it wasn't the same as you being in an element that, you know, there was some type of, you know you're going to be in the middle, so yeah, I know you ain't going to be crying about it because it's normal. Now, if they get in my car, we're around a bunch of us, we'll put their ass in the middle. This is how it goes. So that's a part of history, guys, that you cannot leave back there in history, that you have to bring with you to deal with it. To deal with it. You know? You cannot be aggressive and angry when the first time somebody, you know, of color put you on blast, like, you know, because of the color, they don't have a right to speak their opinion. Or their opinion is not as big as yours because of who you are. Well, if you got that kind of attitude, it will never work with these twins right here. Because we're a biracial family. Yeah. We ain't just black. We white. We're Indian. We're all those colors. So we were raised in a house of biracial families. And we were taught that you treat them all the same. You know, a white guy can walk up to you and act like he's the biggest thing in the world just because he looks down on you because of the color. But you can be just as bad as him. You stand strong and you stand up to that shit. And so most of them don't like that. And when you don't like it, then guess what? Should have thought about it before you brought it up. But the black guys, you do people of color, you do the same thing. You be so defensive that you act like nobody can't say nothing of color when it comes to you. You know what I mean? Because the game, it does have a separation. Gambler and them, these were white guys. Kenny Allen, he was white. Fat Bill, you see, he's white. These guys will still match into us. And we would match into them. See, that's what it's all about. The only thing that ain't got no color barrier is that goddamn dog. So let's keep it where it's all at, the dog. See, if there's anything that you can bring from the past to the future, when it comes to that right there, is both and all. As dog men, there's not a color barrier in 2022. If there's a color barrier in 2022, it's the last of the Mohicans that's still carrying it. Because in time, we're going to all die off. And those behaviors and thinking is going to go right along with them. It's being overwhelmed now. But I still see it in this game. You know? I would dare a man to think that because, he did, I've never claimed to be done more than any dog man out there, because when I was doing these dogs, I didn't give a fuck about what they were doing. And to this very day, still don't. They wasn't feeding my dogs, they wasn't conditioning my dogs, and they wasn't losing dogs and getting dogs stolen to be speaking about anything that I was doing, because I was in my own little square. And when I come out of that square, then I mingle amongst all these other people. I didn't give a damn about who Fat Bill was back then. If Fat Bill had to say something to me back then, you know what I'm saying? We'd have been in the box. You keep that mind frame with that attitude, because Fat Bill is a shit talker. And he, back in his younger years, he used to get a little too loose. And I don't have to tell you. If he's going to tell you, let him tell you his own story. If he can't tell you, it's because he don't want you to know. But always be aware. Everybody can be just as nasty and be just as hard. So be careful what you say, Bill. Just give everybody their respect if you want respect. That's all. Everybody, we all owe each other respect. We're not black and white folks here. We're dog men. We're dog men. Dog men, dog women. That's what we are. And if my dog don't know a color difference, then no should I. You understand what I'm saying, people? That's history. So for those who's got that mind frame of, no, then rethink that answer again and tell me, do you have those kind of prejudices lurking deep in the back of your head? Are you one of those guys that we show up to dog shows and we got 30 white guys and maybe 2 black guys sitting in the family of dog men? Knowing there's more great black dog men out there, Mexican dog man, Puerto Rican dog man. Well, why did I see this mass of old dog men? Because that was their time. Their time. They opened up a door for many of us because our money, their greed, opened the door. They don't understand that. They don't want to accept it, but that's exactly what happened. It was like New Jack City. You always hear them say, boy, I tell you, when that dope money came in the dog game, it just messed it up. You damn right. It was your greed. Your greed. Always the greed. We couldn't spend that kind of money if that's not the kind of money you was offering, okay? So these are still things of the past. Why would you not take that history and change it for today? Would y'all want to carry that kind of shit that has been a part of the dog game and has poisoned it? And y'all know a lot of us didn't hurt it. You get a whole bunch of dog men sitting in this room talking about dogs. You will hardly ever hear us talking about a white person in particular. I mean, not just the name, but just a white person. And you would be the same way with black people. When you got white people in the room, are they quick to talk about the black people? No, all that's part of this dog game here, guys. All this is part of our family, what we call our family. Those things are part of history. Those things is like pretty soon all the prejudice is going to be dead. Everybody who got some type of prejudice in them, unless you grooming your children, you're losing a battle because prejudice is not going to be a thing of the future. It's proven this fact from back in the times of 1930, because there was pit bulls and pit bull dog fighters back then. But why we don't see a bunch of black ones? Okay, because it wasn't our role. But as time changed, we got great black dog men. We got great white dog men. We got great Puerto Rican dog men. We got great Mexican dog men. See, we're not a complete family, but our growth through history has gotten better. You just got a couple more generations of that to die off. You have anger, animosity, in both white and black dog men. And we have to relate to that as it is. But back when I was coming up, I didn't know nobody. People ask me, Twin, well, how in the world did you get around? See, y'all are a lot of new guys. And the reason why I'm bringing this up because I wanted to show you, I go through pedigrees, but no, I didn't really go through all of my dogs. I showed you a few, but when you start counting the numbers, wait a minute, Twin, but there is other dogs. That I decided to go ahead and put them out there and show you what kind of dogs, really what kind of dogs in my growth in this dog game that I really had in North Carolina. Now, these dogs that I had in North Carolina, y'all will be shocked. How can you have these kind of dogs coming from these kind of people, Twin, and they didn't tell you nothing? Man, they didn't. No, they didn't. Not one thing. No. But they gave me a treasure chest. And because of that treasure chest they gave me, I ended up going to Ohio and learning what the hell they gave me. And that's what counted. It's what they gave me. How can I be mad about the fact that they didn't tell me shit? Because usually what they do is they give you a great dog and get their buddy because they don't really know much, and they match into us. Look how many matches I did in North Carolina, guys, not even knowing what conditioning was. I'm going to show you a few of them. Because it was all about just fighting dogs back then. That's what I thought they was used for. It was more complex than that, and I had to learn that. And this is what I'm telling you guys. Well, how did I grow into being able to be around all those great matches? Because I was being guided with the right people. I wouldn't have knew none of those guys. And even when I knew all those guys, they really still didn't know me. Here I am today, and every one of them guys was probably sitting back saying, I remember Twin back then. I remember Twin back then because they was in their own thing. They wasn't paying attention to Twin. They were never looking for Twin to be anything great when they was already in their own thing. I'm looking at them like they was great. You know, when you see somebody that you see as great, don't go shaming them all of a sudden because when you get great, they don't give you the same love you gave them. Because maybe they didn't see the growth. Maybe they don't know the growth. Like you were so infatuated with them that we got down there and tried to learn them. Learn from them. Okay? Just focus on what you do is for you in your yard. It's not about everybody else in their opinion. Everybody's got them, even the assholes. But it shouldn't get down to the point of being a disrespectful family. We got shows all over this damn internet from Dogmen of all kinds. When you say respect the game, do you understand what the game is? To respect? How many of you guys really know what it means to respect the game? Everybody deserves it. Everybody deserves it. We can lose yards, we can lose whole bloodlines, we can lose freedom in our family. And it's a family. But how much of you guys really, really, really care? I mean, really, really care? How many of you guys really, really care that every time before I start this show that I tell y'all go check your shit? And really be checking your shit. These are the kind of things that a family does. You guys, you throw up the muscles, the thumbs up, the roses. I mean, that feels so important to me. That feels so important to me. When I have Dogmen send me pictures, send me these books, gift me, support the channel, support me. Do y'all understand? On this side, I see it as a family, regardless of who you are. I don't know you as who you are. I know you as the Dogman in this family. And what I know of you, I can accept. I'm not going to try to change something that you are. You know? And I have to give Rusty Man a whole lot of shout out to that because here he has been in the game for a long time. And I had to ask him, how was you able to be such a factor in the game as you are? You know, around some of the really the worstest kind, who really never made it a fact of hiding their feelings. You know, at some point they all paid for it, but the fact is it's their mind frame. If nobody really breaks it down and act like everybody's scared to touch it, then how are you going to carry forward to make it better? And that's what we have to do. Thank God it got good enough that we could go into each other and didn't have a riot. That showed you there was family when everybody else around us was trying to have a race war. But the dog game, it always stayed in that area where politics is not a place for our dogs. Because our dogs don't see color. Our dogs doesn't see racism. If you're trying to be like your dog, then be like your damn dog. You can't be as game as your dog if you can't see through the eyes of your dog. You understand what I'm saying? Your dog don't see white. Your dog don't see black. It don't see Puerto Rican, and don't see Spanish, and don't see no other damn race. It just sees a dog. And that's where we're at. So, yes, that poll includes even that. That's why that no number should have come down a whole lot lower. Because if you cannot see that, then you're not expecting a change. Everybody should have been saying yes. Because it is important. It is important for the pure existence of the American Pit Bull Terrier in the world that we live in, for us to carry our history, to make it better for our future. Very important, gentlemen. Very important. Now, I had to get into that right there because I told you I was going to step on some couple things here that we really don't want to talk about, or everybody really try to shy away from. But this room doesn't have a color code to me except for that blue. It's blue and black. Like I said about them pedigrees, don't go putting colors all over the pedigree if it's not fit for the colors that they're meant for. I said the same thing about this room. In this room, we're all dog men. In this room, we all love our dogs. In this room, if you don't look at the past and learn the respect and the importance of the respect of these dog rooms in this dog game, then that means you're going to let that same poison come from the past to the future. And it's never been good for the game. It's never been good for the game. I know Vietnam came out with their book, you know, but again, I mean, if I can't have a little bit of this and a little bit of that in these books, now, all these years later, and you guys know clearly what I'm talking about. You can pick up every one of these books. Something's wrong in these books that has to change. Because the only people in these books aren't the only people that made history. And until we come to that fact and conclusion of that means there's separation, we have to get rid of that separation and bring it all down. I can guarantee you these books would be a lot thicker because there's a lot of great ones out there. We see all the interviews of Abraham. Okay, yep. We see him about McNasty. Very few, but there's enough. But we don't talk about the other great ones. Very few we talk about hardcore. Very few we talk about Stone City. These are decades of great kennels. I would love to see in books. They got enough champions and grand champions just between Stone City and hardcore to fill up a book. They have more impact on these bloodlines that we're using than anything they created in the 20s, 30s. Anything. They took a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and they made something. They took a little bit of that and a little bit of this and made big things. Yeah. Okay. Guys, that ready? Yeah, cause I think I was pinging, fellas. Sorry about that. I wasn't even paying attention to the buzzer over here. Sorry about that. It gets emotional. It's caught up in it. But is that better, fellas? I mean, give a quick thumbs up if y'all, if the cracking and stop. Okay? I'm gonna give it to you like I've been giving it to you. Make sure we go all right. Because we need to be all right when I speak, right? Okay, so if that sounds good to y'all, we get back on this. All right, Mike? Okay, you see that, fellas? So we are definitely on the track, and not just, it's not always, it should always be about the dogs. But actually, it's not always about the dogs. You know, there's a lot of great dogs out there, guys, that we, look, I saw some dogs coming off a ram yard. I seen some dogs coming off a gotta eat yard. You know, I didn't see these guys are great dog men. You know, I knew about Bob for years. Never ran into him. But the thing is the company that I kept and the people I was around, you know, it's like, you know, I'm not no great famous name out there. Because I was never out there to promote my yard. You know, promoting, it does bring attention. You know, great shows. The biggest thing I ever wanted to be in was a big show. Remember, all my years, I still never had a grand champion. So what makes me anything different? You know, I ain't no grand champion. You know, so I mean, because it's not as easy as you think, guys. And for those guys who's got it and the ones who's got it truly by working for it, and I know grand champions that has worked for it. Those ones that I know that I've seen for myself, they have worked for it. Great dogs. Great dogs. These are part of the historical history, guys, that I'm talking about. Now, you got all this greatness going around. Pretty soon, all the people who had these dogs is gonna be gone, and the memories of those dogs are gonna be gone right along with them. So we need to thank God that we have these things right here that we didn't have back then. That I can look over here and bring Ram on here, bring Roster Man on here. You know what I'm saying? Bring Schoolboy on here. Bring Bach on here. There's so many more that I can bring on that I will hope that they will open up and come. Open up and come. You know what I'm saying? So with that note, you know, that this part of the show right here is strictly to Dogman to Dogman. Okay? Because the history moving forward has nothing to do with the inner makings of what we all love, and that's the dog in the dog game. If you notice, I'm talking about a piece of this dog game that, you know, we very seldom talk about that needs to be talked about. Because I don't like having guys going to different rooms and getting mad and then expecting everybody to come together like, but this is a family. Family's gonna have problems. It's just a family's job to take care of it. You don't want some outsider coming into your family trying to take care of your problem. You want somebody in the family who know everybody could come in and at least give some advice to our problems, right? Okay, and that's where we need to start at. So yes, there's a lot that we can do from the past, that guys can learn from the past to bring to the future to make things better. And it doesn't have to be all about the dog or the dog game. It can be about the dog men. Because we're all dog men. Whether we're a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. We're all dog men. Woman and man are the same, just different sexes. But we all fall up under the same envelope when it comes to that pit bull. Then I was going to go on, and I told you I was going to go in, because I got people asking me about some dogs. You know, I had one guy ask me, why don't we ever talk about China Red and the little bitch that we bred him to, when I'm gonna pull them up because I don't talk about it. You know, you hear me talk about the Jeep bitch I had that Mr. Garrett had, that I got my hands on. Yes, I had some great dogs. I mean, Polly didn't really understand the impact of how good these dogs were, because it really wasn't, I didn't know. And that's all it was, fellas. It wasn't nothing in particular except for the fact the twin just didn't know. And if there was, they was only good because I called them good because I'm the one feeding them. I mean, I've seen enough great dogs And that was the great thing about being in the dog game. It's one thing for some guys that have to learn the hard way and have to get dogs and find out how many years of trash you had to go through to finally get a good one. But it's another thing when you hit the lottery like I felt I hit the lottery. And my lottery ticket was meeting James Edwards and Atlas Brewer. I think their past in history, once I learned about them, was everything to me as far as what I took from them and moved to the future. Okay? Now, I know I've always talked about them, so I'm going to bring them up. Remember, there was 2 dogs. The first 2 dogs. There's really 3. Judo, Bruiser, and Blood. That was the first real 3 bulldogs that was put in our hands. And we did not spend a lot of money for them. I don't think it was a total of $700 for 3 badass dogs. One you never seen me talk about. I didn't have his pedigree up because a lot of these dogs I didn't put up. Okay, that was the one problem. I didn't put them up. That's what it was. I just didn't have them up. I had papers on every single one of them. I just didn't really, because it's really, I felt like I didn't really develop into a dog man, the dog man that I am until I got back up north. And not just got up north, I mean got up with some real bulldogs. This dog gonna be right here. This is Bruiser. He was a one-time winner. His first time out, we won in 40 minutes against a 3-time winner, which 3-time winner was a champion. This is the one where he went out and ran to the door. As you see who the breeder was, it was Atlas Brewer. And it was just, he was actually the very first one that we got. And this is how he was bred. You gotta remember, guys, ADBA, they don't have champions and grand champions on no papers. It sure as hell wasn't no pads online back then when I started getting these dogs. I didn't even know, I just got some pedigrees on some dogs that didn't have an idea about them. So when you look at these dogs now, think back into my time, 1981, 1982. Some of you guys weren't even born yet. These are the kind of dogs that me knowing James Edwards and Atlas Brewer I was getting my hands on. Okay, shortly after he won, Bruiser was another victim of theft. We didn't ever even get a chance to breed Bruiser. I don't even think we was thinking about breeding back then. We were so caught up into the dog thing that we was not even thinking about breeding more than we were thinking about beating up people's shit. Right? That's Bruiser. He was actually the very first dog that we got from Atlas Brewer. Second dog, I have to honestly tell y'all, let me go back. I have to honestly tell you guys one thing about the second dog that we got. Blood had a legitimate brother. We just didn't get one. We actually got 2 of them. His name was B.A. Baracus. That's what his name was. B.A. Baracus. Because B.A. was a nut. He was a damn good dog, but he had screws loose. He was not only a people biter, he bit anything. Babies, puppies, cats. The little chickmunk running around out there trying to run to a tree squirrel, he didn't care. B.A. was a very dangerous dog. I mean, who want to get in the box with a motherfucker you don't know whether he gonna go get you or the dog? You know what I mean? Who want to be in there with a man eater like that you don't know what way he going? Who want to get down there on the floor with something like that? Okay, this is what B.A. Baracus was. That's why we call him B.A. Yeah, little my brother. Mike one, you want to go up a little higher or turn it up a little bit? Oh, this. Okay. Now, like I was saying about Blood and BA, remember, as you notice, why are we going into these multi-time winners? I'm going to tell you why. Because back then, guys, I think that was their motive. I think they were trying to get easy wins off of messing around, beating up on us nobody. They just ran into some guys that just, they was giving, I think Atlas and James was setting everybody up. I think they were setting everybody up. Because we ain't conditioning out a damn dog. Didn't even have the slightest idea. So when we talk about, well, we're gonna do this in 6 weeks, so I can do it in 4. Okay, then we'll see y'all there. What's the wait? Here we come. We didn't have no doubt. Because guess what? If they were putting dogs in the journal back then, when these losses they was taking, then Going Hard should have been back there in the journal back in 81. When I didn't know nothing about the journal. When we were down there whooping asses with these dogs right here, can we see any of these dogs in a journal where they putting our wins in there? This is how Blood and BA was bred. See the breeding? First 2 dogs we got out in the yard. From Atlas Brewer and James Edwards. See the guy Paul? That's the sheriff. Call him Sheriff Paul. PA man. Yeah, Mr. Triplett, yeah, he had Stevenson's Big Ben when I saw him. But I'm just saying, Sheriff Powell was the factor in this because he was a sheriff. And if it don't be for him picking me up, I would have never met Alex Brewer and James Edwards. So I'm looking at one of his dogs. And one of his dogs that we got Blood and BA off of him. But it wasn't him, it was just he studied the gypsy. You know, he got his puppies. We were able to get puppies from Mr. Triplett. Remember, I was hanging around his yard too, messing around with the sheriff. You know, a lot of them started opening their doors. I don't think they was opening their door for the twin. I think they was opening their door for the sheriff. The PA man, he was taking them dogs, sending them up there to Pittsburgh. So again, a guy I knew named Sam Lambert. Never met him, talked to him. You never met him, but I heard he was a good dog man. And he was good friends with Powell, Sheriff Powell, and Sheriff Powell was sending him some of these dogs. They'll never know what happened to him after they left, but he was definitely getting some good ones. These are the kind I had on my yard. This is the kind of shit that I walked into the game, put my hands on. So it wasn't hard for me to see a dog come in there beating up some shit. I thought all pit bulls did what our dogs was doing, to be honest. To be honest. Dogs that I had, I swear, I thought all pit bulls fought like these dogs here. I didn't get the full understanding and impact. So for me, whooping a 3-time winner on more than one occasion down there with no conditioning. No conditioning, just a dumbass old dude, young dude, coming out with a weight and showing up. These dogs are tough enough to be having them nice ass shaped up dogs and beating the shit out of them, y'all. These pretty shaped up dogs was getting whooped with these dogs here. Ask me why they was winning. I can't take no credit. What I can say is they was looking for suckers.
We used to take them swimming in the river.
Yeah, we take them down there swimming in the river, have them chasing the boat, shit like that. That's all we was doing. You know, somebody told me, man, what, swim them. That make them, that put them in shit. Didn't have no treadmill, no carpet meal, no 10-mile walks, none of that shit, y'all. Didn't know nothing about the pace, nothing about the feed. Just every once in a while, we going out into the lake. We used to just stand there and just walk up and down the bank of the goddamn, what was that? The Oslo Beach? No, that was out. It was something in Kinston. What was that little river? Y'all guys know Kinston.
The Neuse River.
The Neuse River. The Neuse River. You used to take them down in there, man, and just walk up and down that mud with the dogs.
Long ass rope.
Long ass rope. Throw them out there in the water. And just let them swim. Throw shit out there for them to go dive out there and go get. And it was whooping these dogs, y'all. With these type of dogs. These are the dogs that I got from Atlas Brewer and James Edwards. Okay, that's BA and Blood. We messed Blood up when we put him on his half brother. I think it would be his half brother was judo. We messed Blood up. Because we could have bought Blood in Ohio and probably made him a champion. Blood could have been a grand champion. He was a little smaller than judo. Because Blood probably weighed about a 30, 31. Judo was about 35. But they were like, you know, you could tell Judo was a little bigger. So when we put Judo on Blood and they was both two badass dogs, Judo had the style to really put damage on Blood. Let alone the weight difference was probably a major factor. And then we didn't have nothing to lose. We left him down. Man, had our own little match. Stupidest thing we could have ever done. Didn't get not one damn puppy out of that dog. They ended up shooting BA because we gave BA to another real dog, man, and he ended up shooting BA. He was like, damn, this damn dog here, you can't even feed him. You couldn't do nothing with BA, so they ended up just putting BA down. He was crazy. We got a couple on men, but I'm gonna tell you something. When we did BA, y'all, we did BA and jumped out the box. With nobody in the box when we fucked around with BA. And you better watch his movement. Because, hey, we always thought if he wanted to corrupt or decided, you know, this dog is a little too hard for him, he gonna find him something easy. Everybody in that building would have been crawling up the damn wall trying to get away from BA, because BA was not no bullshit, y'all. I'm telling you, you don't even want to be in the box with a motherfucker like BA, because he didn't know where he was going.
Santi want to know what was the style.
Straight ahead. Head stayed down, always punching for a chest. That was their best. They were great. Let me tell you something about these dogs that we was getting from James and them. They set the standard to me. I mean, for me, you know, at what I know now, them dogs should have been just as great as stomping out on all the other great dogs out there, y'all. If I had been doing what I did later in life, these dogs were just as famous as the dog we reading about in them damn books. They had a slice idea They had a slice idea what to do with this shit. And I'm just sitting out here still whooping shit. Because these dogs was bad. They ain't need no help. To me, we didn't know nothing about conditioning. You know, if you want to be in condition, you want to run a quarter mile or something like that, you got to do some type of exercise. We didn't call it a keep. Shit, these dogs worked maybe 3 days out of the damn week. And everything after that, we was just, you know, we'll see what happens when we get there. These dogs had ability. And, you know, I really wasn't fucking them up trying to do a keep that I didn't know. So, you know, I was always basically bringing them off the chain, if you want to call it off the chain. But I guarantee you, if they had to beat me, you'd have seen it in the journal. I can guarantee you, if they had to beat me, you would have seen my name in that damn journal. But they was not beating these dogs right here, y'all. These dogs, they was not whooping these dogs. They was getting shook up. Right down in Jacksonville, Mr. Robinson, he didn't tell you. Somebody asked me one question about Mr. Robinson to make sure I was on his yard. Well, I know he had that big ass table mill out there. That's the only thing I can remember about the man. He had a pretty ass table mill, and it wasn't one of them ones in the yard type. It was a table mill. So I enjoyed him. Nice barn. Nice yard. Now I looked it up to these guys, man, because they was into something that I was like starting to love. You know what I mean? But I don't think I would have loved it if they would been out there beating up my shit like I was beating up theirs. Maybe they were just used to it. But we used to laugh about it. You know, we used to talk shit. Bruce was bad. Bruce was bad. Blood, them bad. Okay, we was talking shit. And to us, they were. All that. They was mainly, they just kept their head down. They would always be like, always digging up under. You know, they fought, you know, the dogs would be on them, was always on top of their head, because them dogs was always trying to get up in that chest or in that armpit. And there was, Bruiser had a big ass head. Blood had a big ass head. You know, these dogs had big ass head. And one damn thing for sure, y'all, when they put their mouth on you, guess what? We will all go, woo! Yeah. These wasn't no cotton mouths. I think the dogs that they were putting us on wasn't their best shit. I think they were trying to, you know, they thought they was playing with some suckers. Because I've seen far better dogs through my growth. Just being real with you. Seen far better growth. Here's another one here, y'all. You always hear me talk about him. That goddamn Kung Fu. But that's blood. Hold on, guys. I'm wrong. Hold on. I gotta fix that. Thought I had it right. Yeah, I had to go pull up Kung Fu. I'll be tapping it like this is my computer, and it's not even a computer. Blood. This judo here. This dog right here was the first dog I took up to Ohio and put out there with that North Carolina attitude and got my head split. Look at all that shit work up in Ohio. That shit didn't work in Ohio, y'all. No, it didn't. No. They was literally people in there talking shit, talking about we being taken advantage of. Don't be for Ohio cast. Again, I've said this story, but just for you new listeners, look how the dog is bred. We called him judo because he was Kung Fu. The dog could dance. He was like a Sugar Ray Leonard. He get you on that head, and he didn't bite your ear. He bought that whole side of your face, ear included. He had a big ass head. There was something about these Carolina dogs. They all carry these jug heads. Big blockhead dogs. I love them big ass motherfuckers. Because when they bite, they bite. And I had to enjoy watching them until I took judo up there and ran into one of them Ohio boys, and Jethro taught me a lesson. He taught me a lesson. Matter of fact, I think one of his dogs made champion off of beating us, didn't he? It was Stein's, Miles Champion Stein's brother. No, he became a champion, but his first win was an easy win going into us because look what we did. We was thinking we in North Carolina and that shit did not work in Ohio. Not right then, quick. We got taught a lesson. This was a 35-pound match dog right here, guys. We did him at 46. At 46. Nice, healthy, old fat dog looking. Didn't look nothing like the dog we seen with Atlas and them, but again, we lost a little flavor with them because we're beating up their shit. How you gonna have respect for something, you know, all that cutting shit, you know, we didn't never say if he won or not, but I can tell you now, it just seemed like, you know, they dogs too thin to win. We beating up on them and these little small ass dogs and our dogs ain't all that small. And you know why? Because they dog was in the right weight class. We was the ones in the wrong weight class. We in their weight class beating them up. Try that shit in Ohio? I learned real quick there's something wrong with that little mythology. And thank God for Kennels. Kennels took this badass dog and gave me a chance to redeem myself. And show him how, if they thought he was cold at 46, they was amazed at 35. Listen to me. When they saw him at 46 handling that big ass dog, that's taller than him, bigger than him, and gave him the business, and they was totally amazed when they saw him at his right weight. Wasn't nothing gonna touch him. This is him, look how he's bred. These are North Carolina dogs. These are the first, really, I named the first 4 dogs that Going Hard Kennels had their hands on them when we called ourselves Going Hard back then. These are the dogs we came in with. Now, look at the kind of dogs we're using here now. You notice they all got something in common. Snooty. Snooty. Why? Because we was on the snooty yard. Like I said, I seen Snooty. And when Snooty died, I seen Atlas when Atlas gave Tony Wade Snooty's gravestone. To me, that was something real big.
Hey fellas, I'm trying to keep up with some of your questions. It'd be so much easier if some of you guys use the super chat, because I can see them better. I'm just catching some of the questions as they're coming along, and I'm missing a couple. But a super chat, it helps me see you so much better.
Yep, guys, when y'all do the super chat, it comes out because when y'all doing it the regular way of the chat room, I seen it for myself, y'all. I seen it for myself. That chat moves so fast. When y'all start ratting off saying shit, the questions disappear real quick. So super chat, man, if it's something of relevance, man, that you really want to get in, please utilize the super chat. You know, it's not like you got to pay for it and shit, but come on, guys, help the channel. You want to be heard and want to be seen, come on. Super chat the shit and so we can help you guys, okay? That's all we ask.
Somebody asked in your 7-8 interview, you said something about Soul City.
Soul City? I don't know who Soul City is. No, I might have became out my mouth wrong because I have no idea who Soul City is. Okay? But by this time now, y'all, by the time I'm up in Ohio, I have James Pope on the air. You know, he's all in my ear. He's got me reading pedigrees. He got me reading old sporting dog journal books with these dogs in them and pictures of them. When I'm looking at Snooty, a dog, I'm sitting up there patting on his yard. Himmy James, who stole Molly B? Himmy, thanks for the super chat, baby. God stole Molly B. I can't say he's the one that went on the man's yard and took the dog. But I can tell you that I saw a dog, chocolate bitch, nice built big bitch. They said it was Molly. And I said, I thought Molly B got stolen. And she did. But Molly B was in Kinston, North Carolina, people. That's where I saw Molly B at. Oh yeah, it was a number runner. He was a numbers runner in Kinston who had Molly B. He was a number runner in Kinston that had Molly B. All I can say about that. Yeah, I saw Molly B. Got a chance to look at her up close. But you see how he's bred. Always stay around them, make sure they weren't having puppies off of her. Remember, I didn't know Pedigree, so I didn't know nothing about taking advantage of what I saw and who had her. If I knew what I know now, I probably would have went and stole her back. You know, we would have been at war, but back then we were ghetto anyway. You know, we were young Marines. You don't want to mess with a young Marine. He just got his, you know, got his colors. You know what I'm saying? We were more deadly. We had to grow up a little bit to be able to handle the power that was put amongst us as Marines. But we would have definitely been that kind of crew that went right back over there and stole it back, knowing we going to have a big problem. A big problem. But if I knew what I know now, I'd have took that chance. I'd have took that chance and bred her back to judo. Blood. Nobody ever knew she was on my yard. But this is judo. We came back after that loss at the right weight, and didn't nobody ever, I mean, they couldn't even put a tooth in him. That's how bad it was. And I think his best show was, I think a lot of the guys knew then, oh shit. I think when guys saw judo on the comeback the next time, I think they all said, oh shit. These boys are starting to get it right. Now y'all seen what they was doing when they were fucking up. Oh shit. The way judo looked, they knew. These ain't no rookies. Yeah, whatever's going on, they starting to catch on. And we went to Jughead, and Jughead was a 2-time winner. Another, here we go. They taking their winners, and they going against these, you know, here's a dog, a loser. Yeah, we going into a 2-time winner going for his championship into a loser. Okay, well, keep on thinking, you know, y'all getting that easy walk. New York. So, yeah, we was up in, no, they actually came down. Yeah. They actually came down for that one. Am I right? I think we might have been in New York. I think we went up to New York to do that. But yeah, this boy right here redeemed himself in the prettiest fashion. Boy, they can tell you the story about this dog right here. This dog right here was Kung Fu. This dog could do the Matrix on your ass. He can be sliding back and walk up the pit wall with his back legs like he was the Matrix. He could walk along the side of the wall and take your whole head off. Have you so frustrated in that head, now you screaming and hollering every time you put his mouth on it. He would just sit there and just destroy a head. What's your opinion on conditioning a fast back-end dog? Shout out to Boosie. Bootsy! That's a good one, Boosie. My opinion on conditioning a fast back-end dog. Being I come from a class of nothing but a bloodline of back-end dogs, I think it's very important on conditioning your dog to the way they fight. Well, let's put it like this. I wouldn't have to say fight because I'm trying to promote, but I'm going to go on a historical note on what I know about back-end dogs, okay? Let's keep it that way. I can't tell you, you know, as far as what's going on now, but I can tell you about what's going on back then. And what I did with these back end dogs. It wasn't really the style, people. It wasn't really the style that made me do this. What really did it, man, was doing all this stuff here, guys. I'm meeting the Fonz. I'm meeting the guys in New York too now. I'm all up in the Rock, in Buffalo. So I get a chance to meet Fonz, LaFonz. I'm getting a chance to meet Sean B. He had a champion. I seen the boy that had Kango. I seen Ninja, Pittman's Ninja. These are the guys I'm around in New York. And I'm picking up a little bit from everybody. Remember, I got a chance in that little run right there, I got a chance to meet the Bishop brothers. So remember, when you go into these dog games and you start meeting these people and you're new to the game, shut up. That's the best advice that I can tell you. Just shut up and listen. Because it really ain't much you can say if you ain't doing what they doing. So really, don't try to boast yourself. Be the smallest person in the damn room so you don't get laughed at. Okay? And the best thing to do is to just kick back. That's probably why I didn't know a lot of guys, because I didn't offer myself to want to know them. I would always go to the people that I did know, like Ohio Cash. Cash, who was that? What'd he do? This is what me and Mike always was doing. On them ride homes, on them long rides, oh, he give me the alphabet. Ohio Cash he's not a young dog, man. He's an old dog, man. To me, with all the great dogmen that I ever met and the things that they always taught me, I would have to give all due respect and if it don't be for Ohio Cash, Kennels, I would have never had that opportunity, guys. So this is what they were saying. I remember what Supernat used to say. Remember? Supernat was another person. He said a dog to go into the back end has to work very hard to get there. Because there's so many defensive actions. But he said, listen to this. You ever seen a marathon runner beat a track star? He can never do it. But can a track star beat a marathoner? No. That track star is only good as his feet would carry him in a short distance. That marathon runner, his legs were built to run a marathon. You have a track star, and you have a marathon. Both great at what they do. Put them together, who wins? Depending on who's doing what. Are we going to do a long show? Or are we going to do a short show? If we're going to do a long show, guess what? The sprinter going to lose. If we do a short show, the marathoner going to get burnt. So what do you have, Twin? Supernat got back end dogs, and guess what? He said he's not going to try to turn his dog into a marathon trying to catch him. I don't want my dog to sit there and burn out trying to catch him. So what I have to do is I have to train this dog at a fast pace to force the marathoner to become a sprinter. But this marathoner come in there trying to marathon me out of here and turn it into a marathon race when I'm coming in with a sprinter. And that's the key. If I got a back end dog, I know my dog got to work hard to get back there, then guess what? Put the pace on that dog and force the match to go faster than that other dog is ready to go for. He might have all the speed and all the moves to keep his way out of trouble, but guess what? That's because he's running a marathon. Okay, no marathoner beat no sprinter in a short match. So I want to run to a short match, then I got to force this marathoner to become a sprinter. If I want to get to him, I got to tire him out. Because sooner or later, guess what? All that dancing and shit, you can just as tired as him. But I'm built to do what I'm doing. And I'm going to get there. Unless I had a dog like Judo on me who was actually conditioned, when we conditioned Judo to be a marathon runner. Judah was probably one of the first dogs, y'all, that y'all talk about how crazy my keep was. I was so into redeeming him because everybody kept saying, that's the baddest dog you got, twin. That's one of the baddest dogs you got. And by this time when I'm doing judo, I'm going to show you other dogs that I had that I started gathering up other dogs. You know, this is when the G.R.CH came in. This is when Dusty came around. When you see these dogs here, you know, we had dogs on the yard again. Little Mikey and them starting to pop up. Okay, so we had dogs, but they were like, hey, that damn judo from the first time we saw him and knew you was wrong, what you did that night. That night they saw him against them the RC So-So boys, that Jughead dog. I know he came off with either Bronco or one of them champions they had over there. And he was a 2-time winner looking for an easy one. He ran into a hard one that day because it didn't take us long to knock his head completely off. That pace. It was the pace to stalk him. When you got a dog that's riding your head and you're trying to catch him, and these are two little dogs, and he's trying to speed up a pace on a dog who's just as fast as him, and trying to stand out the way and know how to do kung fu moves, it just ran him down. I mean, judo, you know how you see dogs that try to keep their legs back like this right here, you know, trying to keep dogs and keep away from them, and they be on your head and they got their legs back. But judo, he was like one of them ice skaters. His was way back here. He was one of them. He'd be on your head and you wouldn't even see his legs. If you think you're going to put up on his chest because he got you like that, believe me, you got a problem. Because he wants you to keep trying to yank him, trying to bite up into him, and he's laying all on top of his head with on his hind leg, walking back and forth up walls and around corners. You can't corner him, you can't block him in. You can't get your paw to snatch his head down off your head, side of your head, and he just wore him down. Then once he wore him down, then he became Hercules. Then once he came down and them forward legs hit the ground, then you was through. Once them paws hit the ground, all four on deck, the show was over. Because he knew how to finish. He knew how to finish. And guess what? They didn't pick up Jughead. Jughead quit. Jughead came back out and won his championship too. Jughead quit on judo that day. All right? Yeah, fast end dogs, the stifle dogs, that they're fast paced. If they're not a fast paced and you just got a dog that likes poking at the thing, you better decide whether is he gonna be a marathoner trying to get to the back end, or do you want him to get back there? The best way for a back end dog to get back there is to have a fast paced match. That means you have to have your dog conditioned to be at a fast pace. Force the other dog, because most of you guys don't condition for pace. Y'all claim you do. But, you know, a lot of guys will sit there and tell you after hearing what I did, you know, I don't know if we were training for pace or not, because the shit you're talking is crazy, but it worked for us. Big Penny, what's up, baby? What's the longest match you have seen? Have seen? It would still have to be the match I was in. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Now, Martell and Radar was a long one. I would have to say, I know Duke and Robert T was a pretty good one. And then Migraine and Robert T was a pretty long match. Those were some long matches too, but they wasn't up around the 3 hour mark. You know, and these was pretty paced matches. That's why when I talk about that 3 hours and 17 minutes, this was nothing like Jeep and Homer all out there laying on the floor sleeping, you know, and snoring and all that. No, these dogs wasn't doing none of that shit. No, these dogs was knocking and knocking. The Radar Martell, they was knockers. They was nothing slow about that shit. Everything was fast. You know, them long matches right there. Those are really hard to do. I mean, when you're doing this, and you know what I'm talking about, and you doing this for at least 2.5 hours before you took a You see what I'm saying? You doing this for 2.5. Ain't nothing but this. Ain't no you hold and I walk around. No, this was total this. Enough of that to the point that I'm like, man, we sitting here fighting 2 grand champions tonight. I'm sitting here watching 2 grand champions and without a title tonight. You know, we here now. But yes, the longest one I've ever seen is still the one that I was in. But I've seen great long ones. I've seen Bandit. You're going to see a dog that, you know, he lost. But the dog he lost to, you know, it was a pretty good match. I wouldn't, you know, when you do 3 hours and or 2.5 hours, and you're not, there's no laying around or 30 minutes of laying there with dogs in hope, everybody walking in and out, eating dinners and smoking cigarettes and having dog talk with 2 dogs still sitting there in the middle of the box, wondering when they're going to ever get up. You know, them are long shows right there. No, I'm talking about shows that the distance fit the activity. You know what I'm saying? The activity was at a blazing pace. Martell and Radar. I always said too, I wish I could be in a match like that. Now I went 2 hours with my own mentor. Yes, I ended up going into Ohio Cash. Yes, I did. I went in with a dog that he was pretty damn good. He was a winner. Oh, Huzzy, I hope one day I'll be able to bring him on the show. Because, remember, guys, if y'all think I know people, it's because of him, only him. It's because that's why I know all these people. But I didn't know nobody. If he was not the best mentor that a man can have, he would share. And what was he getting out of it? Well, they said Harry Hargrove used nothing but a slate meal. Well, I can tell you, he probably used a slate meal and Tony Wade. Slate meal and Tony Wade. You know, he probably used the slate meal all right. Probably took it over there to Tony Wade's house. And Tony Wade did a lot of work for him. Tony Wade was actually Sheriff Powell. I met other dog men before I met Tony. See, I got a chance to work my way down to Tony through Atlas. I think Atlas tried to keep Tony away from us. You know, because not even Sheriff Powell, and you know, the sheriff, he's around all of them now, right? But I ran into Tony on a Hummy. Yeah, I heard them talking about Tony when they were talking about Carl Mims and how Carl Mims was breeding these red boy dogs into his snooty shit. Yeah. This is how I met Tony Wade. Once I found out Tony Wade was in Kinston on the outskirts. You know, Kinston ain't nothing but a small town. So, you know, the funny thing about it, when I first met Tony, he had wolves. He had bulldogs. Yeah, I saw Miss Rennie. I saw Tate. Tate wasn't even a champion yet. Miss Rennie had just won her first. He had some other good dogs on there, but the 2 major ones that I can definitely remember was, you know, that one bitch we put on Red Ace. Yep, they had a bad little bitch that was on Red Ace. And that's why we knew Red Ace was a champion killer. We knew the Red Ace was a champion killer when we put her on Tony Wade's little killer. We saw 2 killers on each other, and that one killer got neutralized so damn fast. It was like, whoa. 9 minutes, he was like, man, get that bitch. Yeah, it was one of them. Can we hear about China Dow and China Red, sir? Yes. You're going to be very surprised too, guy. Appreciate that Prentice Card, thank you. Prentice Card, thanks for the super chat. I heard you, bro. I'm going to get there, okay? Here we go. I'm going to get off of that, all right? Let me get back on here, but I'm headed there, all right? I'm headed there. Because everybody always talked to us like, you know, we were these Mayday guys. I mean, everybody don't ever hardly remember our growth because it wasn't much of a growth. I'm going back on my past and I'm showing you guys it started long before then. Because now we past judo now. Okay? Now I'm trying to get down here to China Red. I'm gonna have to pull their pedigree up just to pull them out. I just want to go a little bit further, Prentice Car, through my walk down, okay? Because I got a couple pedigrees I want these guys to see. Okay, after the judo, we got to start bringing up Dusty. I never knew his name, but he was. I'm gonna find out what his name was because the guy is still around. I'm gonna find out his name. But he was definitely off of Gator and Lumpy because I knew the whole litter. I used to have their pedigree, their 8th generation pedigree. But when he got the dogs, I had that. I had her pedigree. I had her ADBA papers. I kept them. It was Lumpy's papers. It was Lumpy's papers. So it was a damn fact that there was where she came from. She came from James, and she was full of dogs off the Gator. She was full of those puppies, and those were the puppies that I ran into.
That was for you, Mr. Garrett Rice. We're going to check into that for you.
Okay, now this is some stuff I'm gonna walk you down into that had everything to do with James Pope. He wasn't a bad guy. He was a rather good guy. He just had his ways. Here's a dog that I got from James Pope. Again, remember James saw me and I came home with all them North Carolina dogs. So for you guys to think I wasn't using these dogs, them great dogs, this is a dog that I got. Look at the names. You don't see a formula, but there is a formula there. You know, they don't have Eli in color. They don't have also Negro in color. They don't have Orphan Annie in color. They don't have Jardine in color. They ain't got Black Shine in color. They don't have Doc Irby in color. That's old Doc Wilson right there, y'all. Wilson Pitt, they ain't got him in color. So, you know, but trust me, bad dog right there. You know, I think she could have been used more for breeding than it was matching. It was just that, you know, I went after my mentor. I did. I went after my mentor, showing him that I wasn't no rookie no more. I did. And Hudson just came off a great win, and I still went after her. And, you know, he obliged me like a dog man would. I hugged him and, you know, thanked him for that. I had his ass, though. The sports guys made me pay for something I never did again, though. I never went into one of my own mentors ever after this. Now, I might go into one of my students like he did me. But that's what happened. He obliged, and I went for it. But I'll never do it again. It's karma. I won 90% of that match.
That made it even harder with our keep.
Yeah, but that made it even harder with our keep because I don't think that I was even better even after that. No, I wasn't on Roy's with her. But we lost in 2 hours and 5 minutes with this one. And if you guys don't know, look at the bottom of that. James Pope bred this shit. And look who he had. And yes, he did have her. You go look in Blackjack's pedigree, you will find that dog right there. Without that dog, there is no blackjack. Shirley was just what you called her. I mean, you could cut Shirley loose. We got one waiting for Shirley in the basement. Shirley might be upstairs on, in Ohio. We had 3 floors. She might be up in the attic floor. That's probably her little sleeping spot. You cut Shirley loose, you can guarantee Shirley gonna come down out that attic, run through the house, down into the basement, into the pit wall, and give you what you asked for. That was Shirley. James was not afraid to do that with that bitch. I mean, he made breedings with her. But, I think Shirley could have been a great match dog. And she was definitely one hell of a dog, guys. I'm just letting y'all know. That's right, Wood Shirley. You see that Pope Shirley 2 down there? A couple of days, 2 days later? Yeah, it was a long, let me tell you, I think Dusty, she died from pure exhaustion. I think that we were losing her in that match when she was winning the majority of the match. I put it like this, she took so much out of Huzzy that the great dog that they saw in her first match was still the same good dog. She wasn't great because she was on a bad little bitch too. And the dog that she beat was even colder. But I think Dusty took a lot out of her. Then 2 hours and 5 minutes of that grueling match that them two bitches went through took a lot out of her because her going for her championship, she wasn't the same dog. We lost a lot of Huzzy going for her championship. She wasn't the same dog that we saw in her first and second. I think Dusty took a lot of fight out of her because she was not prepared to go through anything much more strenuous. I seen the 2 better dogs in her first 2 matches compared to what I seen in her third. 2 days. Yeah, Dusty died 2 days later after this show. But I already got some puppy. I got a puppy off of her, Crybaby. I bred Dusty to, I'm going to go to that next. I'm going to show you who I bred her to before I did her. But yeah, she lost to Huzzy. Went 205. At that point in time, that was the longest match I ever been in. It's been like that for a long time until that 3 hours and 17 minutes. I've never been past 2 hours prior to this. After that, I never seen it again until Psycho. Okay, but you see how she's bred, right? So y'all guys can see Twin did have Eli dogs on his yard. Ain't nothing looking like Mayday up on this shit right now, is it? You seen what I came in with from the snooty shit. Now what are you starting to see? You're starting to see the Eli dogs creeping in there. No, this is because I'm dealing with Mr. Pope. And yes, there was a good dog. She had Joe Red, the dog that he talks about a lot. That was her brother. You had Bandit, who was in a great match. You heard me talk about him earlier. He was in a great match. He went a long distance and basically did the same thing Dusty did. He did, because he went 2 hours and something. It was well over 2 hours. Maybe been 2 hours and 40 minutes or something like that. And he put all his in, and he came up short. He didn't beat the count. But yeah, there was a great breeding, guys, because there was some hell of game dogs in that breeding. Remember back then, I'm just catching on. I look at that pedigree now, I was like, damn, Dusty was a pretty brave, good bitch, for the results. But again, that's because back then, I was just starting to grasp on who these dogs were in these pedigrees. Not just the breed themselves, but the actual pedigree and the dogs that made those breedings, okay? Okay, let me move on. I'm going to go through these a little quicker, all right? Here's a dog that I took Dusty to before I did her. Her name was Kennels Crybaby. She was a one-time winner. We won with her in 24 minutes in Carolina. Actually, we took her and Judo down. That's what Judo had, actually won his second. He won his second with Crybaby on the card. And this is who Crybaby was off of. Okay, I'm sorry. There's Crybaby. A little bitch. She screams and hollers when she wants to scratch. Don't know where she got that shit from. I mean, when she wasn't screaming and hollering like, she was whining. She was one of them, never a quiet dog. But a very bad bitch. And when I made that breeding, guys, I tell you who had the dog. The dog, I got pictures of Rascal Jr., and this dog. I think Mr. Goodyear had the dog, and the guy, I think his name was Ferrario from TKO Kennels. That's who I bred Dusty to. He's the one that actually had that dog, Rascal 3. It wasn't Mr. Lunford. I actually bred to TKO Kennels, who had that dog when I made that breed. And this is the outcome. I had 2 puppies. Crybaby and another female. I gave James Polk the other female. Never knew what happened to her. He probably sold her. But he had a paper dog that was bred like that right there. Okay? Nice breeding, right? Still ain't got a lot of the winners tagged in there, but this was still, Crybaby was a nice dog. The messed up thing about it, she didn't make it through the winter. It was such a heartbreak, to come out there one morning and find her stiff in her kennel, in her doghouse. I couldn't understand with all the hay and the straw that I put in there to protect my dogs, and I still lost her. That took me for a loop. That one hurt me. That one right there hurt me because Crybaby was a bad bitch. Remember, up to this point, I still ain't got a champion yet. So to lose her, and she was my next, my catch myself and let's go type shit. Yeah, that was definitely not the one. Okay, as I move on, another James Polk. But you guys think he wasn't, that he was, yes, he has some good ones. Here go Lil Bosco. Everybody know Champion Bosco, then you know Lil Bosco. James Polk the breeder. Yeah, this is Lil Roscoe here. Yep, I got that dog right there from James Polk. The guy's bred now. Still look like I'm dealing with guys in North Carolina, don't it? So I ain't seen a fucked up breeding yet. Just didn't appreciate him like I really do it. All this is a learning process as I go, but look at the dogs that I'm having. Can you believe that I let this dog, I let this dog, it seemed like I had a ghost on the yard because I lost Ratchet and Bosco within 2 weeks apart. I had a dog named Ratchet, the one that stopped Joe Red. He dropped dead on me. We couldn't, to this day, I don't know, and he was on a run line, so still don't know why he dropped dead. And then 2 weeks later, little Bosco dropped dead. Never came an age where I could do him. We looked at him. He wasn't the greatest, though. He wasn't nothing like Bosco. Okay? He wasn't nothing like Bosco. He probably would have been like a Tab. Tab wasn't no great dog. Tab did have 2 names. Nobody don't want to believe that. He was another name until he quit in a match and they changed him to Tab. But, story to be told. But this is one of those kind of dogs. Bosco was a good dog. And he probably had the breeding abilities of Tab. Maybe he was never meant to be a match dog. I would have never seen him being matched. I mean, he had been game as Shirley and Bosco. You know, but he didn't really show much talent when we were schooling. You know, he was not one of our favorite dogs because we're not into breeding. We want dogs to do. So he probably would have ended up with Pope. That's for damn sure.
Wasn't he, what, 2 years old when he died?
Yep. And we was getting ready to give him the Pope anyway.
Yeah,
he wasn't what we wanted. He you know, he's a good breeder, but you know, we ain't breeding that. We ain't breeding dogs at the time. We trying to do some shit. You know, I ain't had room for him. Man, he just died, just like with Ratchet. We couldn't match Ratchet. But you know, if I was gonna breed one, I'd have kept Ratchet over this dog because I really didn't understand the breeding to appreciate him like I do now. Yep, I had little Bosco. Look how he's bred. So guys, I just didn't have Mayday shit.
Hey, Jimmy Mac, I hope that answered your question. That's one of the reasons why we wasn't breeding that back then. We was
matching dogs.
matching dogs.
Damn
bro.
that breeding shit.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. If you notice all the dogs we done ran through, I think we made one breed, and I think it was the Dusty breed. But prior to that, Judo didn't get bred, Blood didn't get bred, Mikey didn't get bred, Bosco didn't get bred, Ratchet didn't get bred.
We didn't breed nothing.
Solo didn't get bred, Bruiser didn't get bred.
Yeah, the only dog we ever bred was Dusty. And we took it all the way up there. I took it all the way up to the upper part of New York to breed that Rascal dog. And that's because Pope pushed the shit out of me about it. That's the last dog. Okay, I'll go do it. And I did it. And gave him a puppy. All right, during that time, guys, I'm moving on down, coming through the years. As you see, we're still not breeding dogs. I had the opportunity to Rick Arnello and James Pope. I would have to say James Garrett had a lot to do with it. And the people who have been on the show before, and they know I don't hesitate to bring her up. Because she was like my pet. I tried to breed her to everything I could breed her to just to get me something off of her in Jeep. Never did. I even bred her to Timex. She was old then. But we never got a puppy out of her. There's my Triple Dreek bitch. Thanks to James Pope. Yep. Jeep bred to Swenson's Born to Win. Triple bred Jeep. She had 3 legs. Say in her younger years, she was a bad bitch. She lost her leg in a match. She was a bad bitch. She lost her leg in a match. They never told me she won or lost. All I know is her leg was so damaged that they had to cut it off. And I had to cut it off high because there was no leg there at all, not even a nub. It was cut off at the shoulder. But boy, I tell you what, fellas, I never seen a dog do a bad move, and I was putting her down. She was damn near like a school dog. Yeah, that's how bad she was. All I gotta do is, I ain't gonna let nothing overrun her or take advantage of her because she only had 3 legs. But boy, that bitch didn't care. Swear to God, she had 4. Yes. Again, my yard. Going through the process. Now, I'm just gonna slide up here and see if I can catch her before I got her. There she goes. James Miss Goldie. I think this is the one. Yep, that's her. James Garrett. You see what it says? This is not mine. I didn't do this. You see her birthday. It was in the 90s. But you see her birthday, and you see what year this is? This great dog later on was sold to Going Hard Kennels. So yeah, that's the same dog. And she was that. Never got no puppies out of her either. Just wanted to bring that one up because to me that was like my trophy bitch. I always loved Goldie, because she gave the respect that Jeep deserved. She's that dog that, you know, you want to have a dog off the Jeep. She was the dog to have, because she was definitely a dog that if I could have got some puppies off of her, it'd have been great. You know, and I don't know if those guys out there that had it before me, if they ever got in puppies, I always tried to find something off of her. They never could find anything off of her either. I was going to try to get something anyway off of her because I liked her that much. If I can't have no puppies, maybe I can go find me some puppies that got something off of her, you know? Okay, fellas, now we're getting down in the bulldog territory now, because now we're going to be running up on the questions that Prince Carr asked. Okay, now this is the next dog would have been Little Mikey. Now, Little Mikey, what made Little Mikey so important dog to me back then was Little Mikey came from Buster Kennels. Didn't know much about him. He was one of the dogs when they sent me up there. My boys sent me up there to go pick up these dogs. It just so happened that he was one of those dogs that he had me pick up. And I just so happened to, when I asked him about it, because I read his paper and I didn't know none of the dogs on there. I really didn't know who the dog was. So when I got to really know him, you know, I asked my boy about him, and so I contacted the Millbuster because he had that champion homie dog. And I had a chance to go and spend the weekend with him. Actually, I spent 4 or 5 days up there with him, up in the DC area, Maryland. And in that time I was there, that's how I met Mike Stewart from Hell on Earth. And in the process of me meeting Mike, I got a chance to meet Tom from ProSet. And while I was there, I seen some of the best matches over there at Mike Stewart's house. It was like 4 dogs on that card, and a lot of them dogs on that card. I'm gonna find that journal because I know they're in that journal. There was some hellified dogs on that card, guys. You know, I didn't even know. Remember, I don't know these guys, so I don't know if they're great, good, or whoever. You know, it took me down the line to really understand who the hell on Earth was. I'm barely trying to catch on to who Millbuster was, okay? These guys is guys that I sit there and talk shit on the phone with and got to know. They're not my Nate and Joe or True Colors or them type of guys, okay? I remember I'm learning the game, and as I'm learning, I'm mingling. And as you can tell, look at his pedigree. This is the dog we beat Legion of Doom with. Yeah, we beat the Legion with this one. Now, keep in mind, guys, I was not a fan favorite of the breeding because I really didn't get the grasp when you're so used to having Snooty, Eli. You know, ain't no yellow, ain't no red boy, ain't none of that shit on the yard. No Patrick, none of that. So when you look at this without looking at it on Pairs Online and you're looking at it from the looks of an ADBA paper, you know what I mean? It don't really look impressive. Well, not to me during that time, okay? But when I look at it now, I know why he beat the Legion and picked up a best in show. Because again, when you see these rookies out here, they seeing an opportunity. Yeah, we got a chance we met Bill and Bucky at the you know what I'm trying to say, the Fergie show. Yeah, the Brunson show. Yeah, we got a chance to meet them there. So, you know, Cash, he was pretty cool just setting things up, and they hooked up a big card. It was a real nice card. I used to even have a picture of us, me, Ohio Cash, Mikey, and my brother in a picture with our trophy right after that. A picture I cherished. When they raided my house, they took the picture. But I used to really cherish that picture. because it was right there at that mark right there. It was the best day of my life. So when everybody said when you beat the Legion, boy, you done beat a Kennel now, twin. You ain't fucking around now. That's exactly what everybody was saying. These niggas is turning into a threat. You better watch them. That's what they were saying.
This is after all the shit that they've seen.
Yeah, this is after all the other shit they done already seen. They starting to see it. They seeing us slowly but surely. We growing. And this one right here was a headbanger because these guys were so confident that they was calling the trophy, both trophies there the day we did the show. They came there to take both trophies home. No problem. But this dog right here, if you can understand the breeding, y'all see the termite, they go to Robinson's dog. I told you I knew them. Yeah, they was down there in Jacksonville. Yeah, them the ones. Them the ones we saw Bruiser with. Yep, them right there. You already knew I knew termite. I know Perry Powell, he's a Marine. But the Guster boys and all that other stuff, it's not like that in the pedigree. It's got names and shit like that. Ain't no Guster boys and shit. But if you look at the way the dog is bred, he got some shit in him. And Little Michael was a red dog. Red with white streak down his head. Down to look at that dog, Champion Blaze. Again, shortly after winning with him. Matter of fact, the same day they stole Judo, they stole Mikey. They had like 9 dogs on the yard, and they was in the back of the yard. They knew exactly who they wanted because they took just those 2 dogs. I used to wonder if my mentor's nephew had took him because didn't nobody know me and my brother was locked up for beating up somebody, you know. We was locked up, you know, gave us a little time for doing something that was justifiable, but, you know, it's the way we did it is what put us in jail for 30 days. You know, and while we was in jail, we didn't want to tell nobody, you know, we wanted to keep life normal because our house would be exposed, you know what I mean? And, you know, back then we was street guys, so we wanted to keep everything a secret. And just so happened, somebody we knew was in jail, seen us in there, and Lord behold, a day after he got out, the next day, our dog came up missing. Our dogs came up missing. I always felt like, you know, he knew more than he claimed to be. But, you know, again, I'm not going to go out here and create something that I didn't have proof of. And if I'd have had a camera, I'd have had the proof that I needed. But I lost him and Judo that day. And they took Judo, they took him. Yo, talking about the past and the history of them, right? This is where I come from. Remember, we were talking about that. The history. And remember, I'm taking their history and I'm growing off of them. Remember, all this is through my growth. All right, we're getting up on them dogs now, y'all. Now we're gonna talk about some shit. Now I'm gonna go, Mr. Prince Carr. I'm gonna put a pause on these other dogs right now. Just to go in here and grab those 2 dogs. And I'm gonna tell you there's a story behind those 2 dogs, okay? I'm gonna take you guys right there to them. Just give me a second here, fellas. I'm gonna get it up here. He's always talking, he's asking about some particular dogs that I just have to tell him. Now, he's not in this one. Quick, go to Pueblo. All the damn dogs. Why can't I find that one? Right here. Ready? Bring. Bring. That's right. Okay, finish call. Here we go, baby. Start with this one right here. This little dog right here. That's Gainesville's Hershey. You see, Hershey's offering 2 going hard dogs. And as you can tell, let me go here to the breeder. All right, check one. Mic check one. We losing it? We back? We back. Okay. All right, fellas. I don't want to lose. You might want to check the sound. Okay, this one right here. This is it. Yes, those are 2 going hard dogs. Now, I want y'all to notice the breeder. It does not say going hard, does it? Okay? I'm going to tell you why. It's going to be hard for you guys to understand. Some of you might not even want to believe it. But I got rid of these 2 dogs. These 2 dogs came up on my chopping block. My chopping block was due to the fact that both of them were cold dogs. Both of them. That's Sassy Girl's Little May brother. Yes, baby. Buck Rogers. Day Mama. Little May brother. There was only 2 dogs in the litter. Her and Menace. China Down. Cold dog. See this dog here, China Red? Let me go click on it. You did ask him about China Red. Right? He was a 2-time winner and a 1-time loser. This is the dog that lost to Lock and Load. Lock and Load got off a good shot off the opening scratch. This dog right here won 2 good ones. We won 1 in South Carolina and we won 1 in Georgia with him. He was a decent dog. He wasn't a great dog, but he was a decent one. And when I got him from Eric, the guy who bred this dog from Cleveland. And if y'all don't know who that outlaw dog is, that's Bloodsport's champion outlaw, to be honest. The same Bloodsport that had Bullet. They the ones made that breeding. They the ones, it was Behinds and Eric that made this breeding. Eric is the same guy that used to tell me that he was the only black guy at the Jeep match. Now, whether he was being honest about it or not, I don't know. But, you know, he could definitely tell you the whole story about the Jeep match. And he swears he was there. And I wouldn't doubt him because he wasn't a man of, he had a man of character. He's one of them kung fu people that would knock your head clear off your shoulders with a quick breath. Next thing you know, your head rolling around on the floor somewhere. So he wasn't nobody to be bullshitting with. And he was not no type of bullshitter. You know? He was a pretty good dude. But yeah, he had the bitch and Behinds had the male. These are my homeboy, Ohio brothers right here. And yeah, they gave me opportunity, yes, through my third partner. You know, remember a lot of these dogs did not come through me. A lot of these dogs came through my silent partner. Me and him was the catalyst of the going hard dogs because where he was never really matching the dogs. We were. When it comes to the breedings, oh, he was a book scientist and a breeder just like me. Me and him. There's only 3 people who can walk around on the face of the earth with going hard on their arm. There's only 3. And 2 of them you see on this show. The other 3rd one is a silent partner, and he's always been a silent partner. But he has everything. He's just as much as the going hard dog. Because without him, there would not be no going hard dog. That's how much credit I give him. But yes, this is China Red. His name that we called him was Going Hard Kennels Too Sweet. That was his name. Too Sweet. Because he was too sweet. He was like a metro male. You know, but he fought pretty. He kicked your ass like a pretty ass dog. He was real slick with his moves. He was a yellow dog, so you already know what kind of dog bulldog he was. Look what he was off of. He was a damn good dog. And it was just that unlucky day. He ran into Lock and Load. We went down to South Carolina and went in the crossroad with him. Remember now, for guys that don't think we wasn't matching dogs, y'all better suck on all this shit. I hope it knocks out any thought to why. You don't want to see me. You shouldn't have never doubted me if you did. We went everywhere. We didn't have a private group. Good dog. Yeah, I got rid of that dog. Look, this was a good dog. He didn't make it home. He wouldn't have made it anyway because the shot that he took was so deadly. It's like it broke him in half. I mean, the shot, if you ever seen Crossroad and them dogs, you know, the boy had some real nice dogs. I mean, he had them in shape, But for some odd reason, we wasn't using Roy. And that's what changed my mind. I started using Roy. Because if Roy can put the kind of muscle tone on him, I could have had a better match. If I came muscled up, looking like that. You know, that's how I felt. I felt that, look, if Roy's is putting that kind of muscle on the dogs, because Lock and Load definitely looked like he was muscled up compared to Too Sweet. Yeah, he quit his next time out. Lock and Load turned into, he was a 2-time winner against us, but quit his second time out in like 40 minutes. So I know Too Sweet would have got him if he was, his 3rd time out, he quit. So, you know, it's not like, you know, that he just was in a better shape to me, so as far as, I think that was my first real time of seeing a dog on Roy and how muscled up and how much different he looked than Too Sweet. Too Sweet looked good, but he looked fragile compared to this top diesel looking motherfucker. And the way he hit him, it broke him in half. Literally. The shortest match I ever lost. And I think I lost that match from the opening scratch. Too Sweet showed his heart and gameness by trying to come back. Trying to even be in the fight with no front. I mean, when I say no front, it's like his whole front was paralyzed. His whole front. And he stayed there long enough. You know, wasn't no need to let Lock and Load kill him. You know, I sure wasn't taking him home with the damage he had. He was already a lost cause. But again, another thing I did before I did him, he was a 2-time winner. Why wouldn't I have bred him? Thank God I did. I sure did breed him though, y'all. Menace was off a little Mayday, was a cold dog. China Doll was a cold dog. Look how she's bred. I got rid of both of them. Gave them away. Because they was on my chopping block. I was getting ready to put them down. Yep. The very same guy that you see that bred these two dogs is the very same guy that ended up that went and got lumpy with those gator dogs. It's the very same guy that had these dogs here that made that breeding right there. The very same guy. Now, what the fuck am I doing going into this guy? Right? How in the hell the twin ended up going into a guy like that he was putting on? That I did. Not only did I beat him in that one, I beat him in his two-time winner that he ran in the cycle with. Got knocked off in 15 minutes. You know, off the chain with your two-time winner. You know. He lost with that bitch. He went over there to what's the dude's name from the had Grand Champion Solution? Yeah. He went over there and bought a dog off his yard, brought him over to my yard. He wants to see what a champion look like, so we gave him Pretty Mama. And so he got a chance to see what a real champion look like, especially one coming off our yard. All right? So, I mean, in the whole instance, I'm thinking I'm helping him, but evidently I was causing some type of animosity because you had to sneak me after everything I'd done for him. He went behind my back, took my teeth down there with the damn dog and thought he would come back and whoop us. With a dog he already seen whoop his best dog. And that didn't work. So, politics of the game, it didn't stop us because we still matching dogs. But there you go, Prentice Car. There's China Red. His real name, we called him, was Too Sweet. I didn't see the one-time loser up there, but he did lose. He lost the lock and load from Crossroad. I think that was our first loss in a couple years. We went on a run. That was our first loss in a couple years. That one right there. You see how he was bred. Bred great. Well, let me show you guys what happens when you keep a cold dog and you breed that cold dog. There's Hershey. You see Gainesville Hershey, right? This is just the beginning. Hershey and Sonny. See Black Girl. What's she out for? You're going to see a whole lot of going hard dog up on that, don't y'all? You don't see twins as the breeder. The twins weren't the breeders. Now you got other people breeding going hard dogs. Y'all see that, right? Just know this whole bottom is cold right here. All this right here is cold as fuck. I'm not saying it's bad, but it holds to the fact that what did the twins say? I wasn't see somebody else do it than me because I wasn't doing it. There's more proof. Now, you want to see what happens when they took this cold shit and bred it to that damn shit coming off of Maytour? And if you notice, that's double Maytour up there at the top. You got double Maytour at the top, and you're breeding back down. You can't forget him, little Mayday. You sure can't forget him. Maytour is over Brat and Mayday. So you got a whole lot of Mayday right there. A whole bunch of yellow right there. With all the right shit outside there. Don't forget this shit back on in here. We just come up and looking at that shit. You got a whole bunch of yellow all over that place. You got a whole bunch of yellow, John. You got Tan Bruiser. Yellow. Mayday. Yellow. Cruise Outlaw. Yellow.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
There's black girl being bred to another yellow dog. Triple A. All yellow shit. So it's a whole line of yellow dogs. Four-time winner champion Jimmy. Another great back end eater. Will eat your back end out. You can't tell me a cold dog can't produce. Champion Jimmy. Okay, I hope that answers your question, Mr. Prentice. Prentice Carr. Did I talk about, let's see, I talked about Chinatown, cold. And I talked about Menace, who was cold, but I also talked about China Red, which is real name. We call him Going Hard Kennels, Too Sweet. You look around in the journal, you'll probably find him in the journal where it's Going Hard Kennels, Too Sweet. No, it's not, I don't feel, you know, and remember guys, we were matching dogs. I wasn't, you know, remember, I eventually went and got Sir Kale. And Sir Kale was off of Yellow Buck and Miss Nico. You know, so I was able to stand a cold bitch. I couldn't get her bred, but I knew enough about the dogs by the time I didn't grew now that I knew that if Stone City got cold bitches, you better grab them. I believe in that because I seen it working for them. So I changed my mind a lot. And then those dogs right there, I didn't really lay into them because those are Gameville dogs. You know, they're going hard dogs in there. The Gameville did a lot of work with them dogs. A lot of work. He has a lot of success with these dogs. You know, like I said, and it's still going. So, you know, hats off to Gameville. You know what I mean? I just say hats off to Gameville because they were able to make a lot work. You see Champion Jimmy there. You see Spit Shot, whatever his name is. Okay, here's another good breeding. Hold on, let me pull it up. So when y'all see Gigi, you see Maytu, you can always gonna take you back to Mayday and Brat. Slingshot was a pretty good dog. But this is as they grew. You know, they started growing with these dogs. You know what I'm saying? Me, I wasn't breeding shit. I was... Spit Shot 1-2, everybody. He says Spit Shot 1-2. So again, it's showing you the Going Hard dogs work. He was almost bred like Buck Rogers in them. Really more like, I would have to say, Buck Rogers when we bred into Pretty Mama with the Beetlejuice. That Mayday Red Boy cross does work. Okay, that's what the growth of the game. But you see, look at the dogs now though. You seen a complete from the beginning to the change. You know, I didn't go through Brad. I didn't go through little Buck Rogers, Roger Ramjet. I didn't go into the Going Hard dog. We've been through those already. Right, I hadn't been through none of them yet. Guys that's been on the show, you have seen them. These dogs that you seeing today were dogs that these guys that's been on the show have never really seen me talk about or do. It just, I get so many questions about those dogs of the past, to me, it's like, they weren't as relevant. Remember, I came in with a whole lot of lack of relevance to these dogs. Again, I'm around Atlas Brewer. I didn't know who he was, so I played him like I didn't know who he was, okay? I mean, I would give him all the praise in the world for even letting me on his yard. Especially down in North Carolina during that time. Just being a Marine can get you in a lot of places regardless of what color you are. They respect the fact. Or they know the fact that, living so close to the damn, one of the most amphibious, hard-fighting bunch of damn men in the whole fucking world. You're not living far from there. The mentality of the kind of guy just running loose coming out of that camp. So they always respected me. Never once I ever had a bad word or a problem out of nobody down there in Carolina. In my street life, I was wild. I had more street problems than dog problems down there then. Because we were street up. When I say street up, we were street up. The judge told us we needed time for us to go home. It's time for y'all boys to leave. That's what he told us. We didn't done enough. The spit shot, that's a good, spit shot, that's a good dog. And they continue to be a force. That line of dogs continues to be a force. There's a whole walk down the park with them. Maybe one day I'll get them down in here to get them a full rundown of what it is. They were able to take the Maytoo dog and do a lot of shit with him. Did that just show you what we were doing? Now I feel like I'm Atlas Brewer and James Edwards and shit. You know what I mean? Well, y'all can take my shit and continue on the damn legacy. But that's what it looks like when you sit and when it's not being done by you. Remember, I took 2 cold dogs, got ready to put them down. It was on my list. And whether to do that, I gave them to a friend. That friend did that, and from that, look what you have today. A bunch of great ass dogs. I mean, there's more than that. I can show you 38 Special coming off of Maytoo, another back end specialist. There's dogs out there right now. Probably if you wait long enough, you don't have to wait for Maytoo. You can wait for Blue. Blue's out there. I think Blue out there for public stud. I mean, if he ain't open for public stud, you better get to know the man. Because Blue is every bit of what I would call the dog to be able to do what our dogs were able to do back then. There's a whole bunch of dogs. You got Champion Bandit. I mean, there's a whole bunch of going hard blood dogs out there. I've done it before. And I don't have no problem coming back in and piling all of them back on top of each other. And we can spend a whole day going through them. But I've done it before. A lot of these guys have seen those dogs. What dogs they did not see or did not ever really hear me talk about was the dogs we talked about today. Because they remember times on the show when I said, I want y'all to show me some Eli dogs. They probably thought that I never knew what an Eli dog was because I never had one, but I fooled y'all because I never talked about it. Didn't mean I didn't have a bunch of them. Everybody put the going hard stamp to Mayday stamp. No. It was more than just Mayday stamp. By the time I got to the Mayday dogs, I'm all in the game now. I'm running across. I'm crunk up. Ran across Deep South, got William Crunk. Ran across Big Mike, got Crunk. Ran across Stone City, got Crunk. This is after being all those years up north with the likes of, there I go. Sorry, guys. Remember I told you about that part? The Abrahams. Like I said, McNasty. I can run off the whole Detroit crew from Armin, for those who even know Armin. You say Armin over there, I didn't know Armin. Yeah, I knew Armin. Good friends. Big Ralph, Noonie, True Colors. I mean, Big Leonard. When you say Big Leonard, you be like, damn, who the fuck this nigga know that? I did. Fat Stan. I mean, Fat Stan was still Fat Stan. Fat Stan was the one, we got in a car accident going to the Tornado show. We got into a real bad accident right there in front of the Ohio State, right? It was right there by Ohio State when we got in this bad accident. And we was already headed to Kentucky to see Tornado. Well, thank God we have followers to take us there. But regardless of what y'all we may feel about that stand, you know, I don't care what Fat Bill say, you know, your word is just as good as our word. And our word, I think we got a little bit more proof than you hearing from the horse's mouth, because my question to you would be, well, if Steps and them took and went and stole Art back, a dog that they already had, a dog that they sold, a great dog they sold, and then went and stole him back, what the fuck they do with him? So they sure wasn't producing shit that looked anything like Art or did anything like Art. Okay, so and that's a new story to me, but I can definitely tell you the story that I know. And I heard it from the horse's mouth. I rode with him. He took me home after the tornado shit and then went through. And we took a long ride back. So I know the whole story, Bill. So I can sit there and say all the same things you said about me, but I'm going to be a little bit nicer. Okay? And just tell you, I heard it from the horse's mouth too. But the horse's mouth that I heard makes more sense because we didn't see nothing off of Art after that. Nothing even to the familiarity of Art. Nothing. Art career, his legacy, and everything after he got stolen was done. And I can tell you why. And that comes from the horse's mouth on our side of things. You can continue believing your side of the fence, and we're going to continue believing our side of the fence. Our side of the fence seems to make better sense to us, being that I'm not the only one who can sit there and tell the story. From the man who told me the story, not only can he tell me the story, there's witness to the story that he told me. So for a person to claim they know everything, I'm gonna be nice about it though. You know, you claim, you know. All right, just picking with you though. I love you though, man. You did too much for me to even bash on you. I can't bash on a man who take care of me. I told you I'm not that kind of guy. You look after me, I can't never be mad at you. Because I can't top what they did for me. That's the problem. Everything that everybody has ever done to me, even if they shit on me, guess what? It's not going to live on me forever. I can wash it off just with the shit that they've done for me. You understand what I'm saying, fellas? Sometimes the hand that feeds you can bite you too. But it's never, you have to weigh. You have to weigh it. And the things that the dog game has done for me outweighs far, 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 far more than anything they could ever say about me or do to me. Because they've done so much for me that they couldn't do enough dirt to me to take away the good shit they've done for me. I'm sorry, they can't. Not to affect me. So you may hear shit about a lot of people that, hey, why, he did this for twins and you talking shit on him. Well, maybe that's how they are. You ever knew that? But it doesn't change the fact of how I am. I'm going to always show you the utmost respect and love for what you've done to me. And guess what? I can't never repay you back. But do give you passes and always maintain and keep the respect I do have for you, even if it makes you look bad and sometimes look stupid. As long as I stick to my guns, that's what matters more than me. You know? And I'll tell you, I got close friends. Dog friends, all up in this motherfucking bit right here. They've done things that I can never look over. Because again, if I put out the love to you, you can't never hurt me because I will never regret what I did for you. It'll probably be more on your heart than it will be on mine. You see what I'm saying? Because when you do good things happen to you, you know, it's just really hard to offset that. Even with some of the worst of shit, I'm a Marine. It ain't nothing worth killing you over, so it don't bother me. And when it gets to that point that I want to do harm to you, you got a problem. Because that means all respect then went out the window. And you don't want to see what me and my twin look like when we get disrespected. You don't. We don't carry guard dogs and the attitude and maintain the attitude and the life that we have lived by thinking that anything we do is bullshit. Better take that shit serious, and that's what we do. You know, remember I told you guys, this game in the historical what we did back in the background should be a guideline for a lot of you guys, because remember how I got in around all the big kennels. A lot of you guys don't know where the big kennels are now because you're not around. Don't mean everybody got to still be fighting dogs. A lot of us is out of the dog game. Hey, so far out of the dog game, you can't never go back there and bother us about the shit that we done, because we're sitting out here telling you now it's because it's not even relevant to a court system to even matter, because I ain't done shit no more. And hope everybody stay safe if that's what you choose to do. But here I'm going to tell you what I did, and I'm going to say it loud and clear and proud. Because if I can spit it on you and you can savor on it and it tastes good, then that means it's got years to go. You didn't get mad about it. You held on to it and you made the best of it. Understand what I'm saying, fellas? Because that's what it's all about. You know, stick with the dogs. If you step out of the dogs, don't nothing look right. Stay into your boundaries, man. Our boundaries is the dog game. When we start adding all the other shit, no wonder a lot of us got out, because we forgot about the dogs, because really the dogs went and worked the trouble that was coming with the dogs. And that's what a lot of guys will tell you. You know, you can't do shit forever. But one thing for damn sure, let's not be the reason why our love of this game goes into extinction. You know, you guys, y'all whine and complain about, you know, y'all got better dogs. Let's not say that, because the only way you will know you got better dogs, I got to be doing dogs. And there's nobody on this channel I've ever seen admit to doing any dogs for me to worry about how good y'all dogs are in 2022. Let me be the one to talk shit, because I don't have shit to lose. Everything that I say is all fictional, story. See, it's all safe with me. Not safe for you guys. And any that goes for any of you guys out here to be anything like Going Hard Kennels, and you're in you know, Going Hard Kennels is gone. Going Hard Kennels Reloaded is a talk show. Got that, fellas? Remember what I told y'all. Always remember it. The disclaimer. If you do everything in this dog game with the mindset of the disclaimer, regardless of how reckless you hear us talk. Remember, we can talk reckless because we're reckless. Can't tell me I'm promoting dog fighting when you ain't got me one person up in here that's going to say that I'm related to that promoted it. I'm going to speak what I did. Speaking of what I did is not promoting shit. I'm telling you a story. Is it a true story? You know, this is not for those outside of the dog game to come to that conclusion. I prefer it to be a fictional story, not a factual story. I wouldn't expect anybody in this room to take anything by factual. Because if you take it that way, then I would be looking for you to sit up on a stand and testify on anybody in this room if you ever catch us out doing something. So I would expect everybody in this room, and that goes for everybody in the chat room and all you listeners. Everything is a fictional story for the entertainment and historical purposes of this show. You live by the disclaimer. You talk by this disclaimer. You behave and raise your dog by the disclaimer. And think about it and look at the future of the past to now. I said, look at the future of the past. That's what you voted on today, right? Y'all voted on the future of the past. And how anybody could say no, I would like to hear the no's, because it's almost impossible. I mean, you would have to start at your spot right there from square one, and you become that start mark. And everything after that falls in your lap. Not before that. Because you said no. That means everything that you do moving forward has nothing to do with the past. Wish you luck. You can't get it without the past, or how you going to grow from it. Right? Any more questions, fellas? Because I'm going to rock it up here in a minute. It's 23:17. Yeah. You've been here 3 hours.
We didn't get into the serious shit, but that's...
I mean, we got other shows. I mean, serious. The storyline was what I had to do is because I've been on other shows, and you guys, I appreciate your questions. So, and what I saw was a lot of people had a lot of questions that, you know, they really didn't see what was really going on in the Carolinas. You know, they really didn't really get a chance to see what the real growth of Growing Hard Kennels was. You know, we just didn't pop up out of nowhere. We had our growing pains too. We had growing pains that still I pay for today. Because remember, look at the breedings, all the breedings I didn't make. Look at the straws that I could have drew that I didn't draw. You know why? Because I'm a hunter. My mindset was that of a hunter, and never once was I thinking as a breeder. And that could be it could be a fault of mine.
It was. When you look back on it.
You know, I look back on it again without the past. Can I move forward? Well, I look back on it and be like, yeah, there was so much more I could have done. I could have had straws on Buck Rogers, Roger Ramjet. There's so many other dogs out there I could have did. Maytooth, Earthquake, Maytooth's brother, who was far better dog than Maytooth. I could have had a whole bank full of shit. A whole bunch of males. We could have had a long life of dogs. But I was not thinking as a breeder. I was thinking as a hunter. Mike, I got to use the restroom. Can you take on? I hate to say that on the show, guys, but I've been sitting here for a while, and my kidneys, I'm taking this medicine, and it's doing these funny things to me. And I was sitting here like a hot baby wanting to go pee-pee. All right, fellas.
Hey, look, he just took you all the way back to where we first started, basically. For all those who didn't know, you know, it ain't all been about the Mayday shit. I'm telling you, for as long as we've been around dogs, and y'all know I never got into the papers and all that other crazy shit. I was never that kind to just sit down and look at papers, and you can tell he wasn't either. You know what I'm saying? So even when he did start looking at papers, he really didn't look at them to use them for breeding purposes. Because we always, you know, as far as I was concerned, I give a damn about that paper. Let me see what this dog gonna do. You know what I'm saying? You know, we did that hard. You know what I'm saying? I'm me being, I ain't looking at no papers. I'm looking at the dog. I'm judging everything hard. You know what I mean? You just, you know, papers is out the window when it comes to me having to say, oh, yay or nay. You know, if I don't see it, he ain't gonna be able to convince me. Well, it's better. He don't try to convince. Don't show me that shit. I don't care about that. I don't want to know about nothing about that over there because I don't know nothing about nothing over there. I'm talking about what we're looking at right here. Go get something else. Bring it in here. No, this bad. Oh, he rough. But man, I'm telling you, man, we need to see him down. Hey, go get 2 more. Because, you know, that's how I am. I'm stuck on, I'm his second. I got to believe in what I see, to believe in what he doing. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna get into that trying to convince me and shit. Don't convince me. I should be able to see for myself. And then based on what we see, we're gonna talk about. Between them two things right there, let's roll with it. And yes, you notice in the beginning, when there wasn't no roids, when there wasn't no treadmills, when it was just 2 guys out there doing dogs. Not really knowing what we had. You know what I mean? But taking it, you know, I'm not going to play like we really, really stupid because even then we wasn't really stupid. Come on, man, we just got out of boot camp. We used to wrestle in high school. So wrestling in high school, he weighed 98 pounds, I weighed 105. On the night I wrestled, I'd make weight at 105. But that was on a Thursday night. By Sunday, man, I was at 117. They had to be back at 105 by the next Thursday. You know what I'm saying? So I've been there and I knew how to lose weight and what it took for me to lose weight. I knew how to empty my body of all the water. You know what I'm saying? So we wasn't stupid when it came to things like that because, we were wrestlers. We knew how to lose weight. We just applied that same situation to the dog. And that's when I also learned, some of the bad lessons because even as a human being, trying to lose weight and getting dehydrated and the damage it was doing to me after that one experience, we never tried to make that same situation with dogs. So a lot of mistakes that I made as a wrestler, we prevented ourselves from having to make them same mistakes with the dogs. Even though they didn't tell us nothing about conditioning and we didn't have a treadmill thing, but we also knew that, swimming, rather for those who don't know, swimming makes you use all the muscles in your body. Believe it or not. You're going to use everything and it's going to increase your breathing ability because you're going to be using all your muscles and a whole lot. Taking, if you ever had to tread water, as a Marine, we had to tread water for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? With your uniform on. Now, Matt, you waterlogged. Do you know how hard it is to keep your head above water for 30 minutes? Believe it or not, it's harder than what you think. But because a lot of people didn't make it past that course, and if you didn't make that 30 minutes, you had to start boot camp all over again. You know what I'm saying? Another thing I got good to doing, once I could tread water and get the breathing and everything, I could hold my breath underwater for 3 minutes. Just shut my whole body down and just go for it. You think 3 minutes of holding your breath is easy? Try it one day. Hard as hell. But when you start dealing with the dogs and you're trying to get that same competitive endurance to where they don't, that burn. Imagine a dog can't tell you what he feels. But if you don't put your body through that same extreme, because again, and I keep saying the Marines because they brought something out of me that I didn't know I had. Now, I was a wrestler. And I did the whole weight losing. I wasn't into lifting no weights or none of that, but I was a big 105. You know what I'm saying? A 105 being thin. I still ain't but 5'8", 5'9". Still a little guy, as you see to this day. We didn't really pick up too much weight. But imagine a 105 is bigger than all the other 105s. That I could wrap my body around you and, and have power behind that. Them little short, stocky dudes didn't have a chance. The little muscly, little beefy guys walk in. And I look at that when I see dogs, For some reason, they would think, all our dogs, for their weight, they were bigger. Because we always brought them down to that one, the best weight. Keep that in mind when you picking your weights. We knew how to bring them down to that peak weight. That whatever we done to you, you're going to be the best of the best. You're not going to be lacking nothing. How could we know where that point was? Because we put our own bodies to it. And for those who knew us back in the day, we were good in wrestling. We were known in Ohio for wrestling. So when you start dealing with the dogs and you kind of got a better understanding, when we say we were dumb to it, we were really dumb to it, but we wasn't really dumb to it. So a lot of things that was going on when they was bringing these dogs in and we were smashing them. Yeah, we wasn't doing the steroids, we wasn't doing the meals, but we was doing a whole lot of that running and we did a whole lot of that walking and we did a whole lot of that swimming. So they wasn't really just going into us and thinking they was just going to blow over a dog off the chain. The way we look at it now, it was considered a dog off the chain, considering when we really start putting them in the weight, got, a little bit more advanced in the game, the things that we started doing, it got even more extreme than what we was already doing. But now you're doing it with an extreme, with a science to it. Compared to, like the Marine Corps, yeah, they fed you good, but they worked the shit out of you. And constant. back when we was in there, I think it was 14 weeks of just total destruction of your body. But when I went in at 105 in the Corps, when I came out of boot camp, I was 140. When I say I was 140, I wasn't 140 fat. I was 140 pounds of hard man. Not skinny boy, hard man. You know what I'm saying? I could do 110 sit-ups in 60 seconds. Imagine that. It's only 60 seconds in a minute. I was pumping 110. To this day, I don't have to work hard to still keep. I mean, it ain't the tight six-pack that it used to be. But through life at 61 years old, it never went anywhere. It ain't as hard as it used to be, but you could tell. I mean, even when I take my shirt off, my body didn't take the damage that it would if I wasn't never in that kind of shape, natural shape. You know what I'm saying? So that's something else we took along with us with the dogs, because once we had them at that peak situation, we never let it be out of that, get so far out to where, you was working a big slob again. You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't just wasn't our thing back then. You know what I mean? It was a science to what we done. But then remember, like everything, even down to your breedings, there's a formula. There's a formula to conditioning. There's a formula to the breeding. There's a formula to feeding. There's always going to be a formula. But it's up to you to pick the formula that works for you. And once you got all that together for you, put all that together, that's who makes up your kennel. That's what makes up your dog. That's what represents you. We get a pretty good view of our history. And that's why we start out with the history part, because there's a lot of things that I did in my past that if I had a chance to do over based on what I know now, I'd have been a lot better back then. And I guess that works for everybody. This is why you can never forget your past. Actually, you're supposed to learn from your past. You know what I'm saying? There's enough videos out here on YouTube. There's enough books out here. You gotta know. Right now we're in the world of information, technology. There's nothing that you shouldn't be able to find if you know what you want to look for. But you also know you got to be able to ask the right question, and you got to decipher through all the different responses that you're going to run up on. And then you got to make the decision to make which one's going to work for you. Okay? And this is why today was such one of them kind of crazy days, because I sat back and I always, read the chats, and I always hear the comments, and I always look at, you know what, we ain't really on Mayday. People need to know about the dogs that we really had back in the day, and all the matches before we even got to this point. Because you got to remember, when we left from Ohio, when we got to Florida, that's with total destruction. That right there, that was just a whole new set of dogs, a whole new ball game, and a whole new legacy from that point. Because prior to that, that legacy had already been there. All it did when we got here is just got better, because now we playing around in the South. And it's different when we played in Florida South, because you in Bulldog country around here. And boy, there was some Bulldogs around here. You know what I mean? Shout out to Florida, boy, Big Pimpin'. I can't take nothing from them, man. Because from here, we went from Florida back to South Carolina, up into Georgia, up into North Carolina, over to Tennessee, up to Kentucky, back to Ohio, over to Puerto Rico, down to Texas. I mean, come on, man. That's what happened when you got in Florida. Did we ever do anything here?
Yeah, we did do some here.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, we did a couple here in Florida. But most of everything, when you add them all up, a lot of it was not here in Florida. But again, it's a learning process, fellas.
We had some good ones here in Florida, though.
Huh?
We had some good ones here in Florida.
Yeah, we had some good. I mean, I seen some good ones here in Florida. Yeah, we lost here too.
Yeah, Roger Ramjet.
Yeah. So everybody takes losses, but I still say we had a lot more wins than we had losses. So I'm nowhere near close to Fat Bill. No, nowhere close. But there's a difference. We didn't have no shame in our game. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't have no boundaries. So at that point, back in when they was doing it, they had they clits, they had their thing. You know what I'm saying? And every once in a while, when everybody crossed over, is when you had,
Man, Chi-Chi, Chiefs and So Evil.
So I mean, a whole lot of the great ones going into
Robert T. losing the
crossovers. Things change when you start crossing over. Yeah, we took some headshots, but so did they. You know what I'm saying? And that's what made the game even more popular. And you start looking at the camaraderie of exchanging of the breedings, and I want to get some of that, and can I get some of that? You know what I'm saying? But it took the crossover. You know what I'm saying? When you made that crossover, again, remember I was talking about the color. I'm telling you about the color thing. Them battles led to, you know what I mean? It did. So I have much respect for Fat Bill and all the old timers and stuff. And like even James Edwards, Atlas Brewer, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Triplet. I mean, they deep south, bro, but they didn't show no kind of even Super Nat. I mean, they didn't show no kind of nothing. I mean, actually fed us, and hell, we stayed, at Super Nat house the weekend. Drank that hot, mountain moonshine. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm just telling y'all. When you take the color out the whole thing, it's amazing what you get. And that's what I appreciated about the game. Look with the dogs. Let the dog speak for itself. Don't just take my word for it. Just look at the dogs. Look at the people. Can't tell me it don't work. You know what I'm saying? I knew it was there, but it never got in our way of doing what we needed to do. That's why it pays to be good. People. Give people a chance. Give your fraternity brothers and sisters a chance. The honor, respect, the integrity. Remember, we had this, them words have followed us from our very first video, fellas. And the reason it started way back there at the very first video, because as we come 61 videos to now, you still hear us saying them same words, so you guys can completely understand how we got to this point based on how we treated people and how people treated us all the way up to this point.
Definitely getting the proof from it.
I mean, that's the history that bringing it all the way right to where now we into the future of this thing, and we still saying the same thing. But now you got a better idea and a better inside look into us as people. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know us personally. Y'all have no idea. Y'all still see me looking like a po-po sitting up here in my work uniform. And I wear all white. But you see this white here? Look at this white right here. Ain't it clean? It's just a journey what the boss's shit look like. It's pretty much it stays clean. But in any token, y'all don't know me personally.
there's people out here that know us personally. They know what we do for a living. They know how we do it for a living. But when it comes to this dogs, this is a whole new different ball game. And that's just how y'all, when you step into that game, this is what I be looking for y'all to be. Throw all your personal lives out the door and let's talk dog. That's why you always see it at the end of everything. When I type it in here, I'm always going to be saying, let's talk dogs. You know what I'm saying? Because it takes people like us who have those dogs. And it's people like us, the only ones who can talk about these dogs. And that's where you're going to find so much love. You know, when I watch this chat room and all of my blue moderators and some of my new ones that I be watching that's fitting to get their little hardware things. Remember, this hardware, all it identifies to me is I want everybody to be blue because everybody in here is Dogman and everybody know how to act. That's the love of the game, fellas. That's what we try to do here in the process of teaching the game. Opinions, everybody got them. You know what I mean? Opinions don't feed my family. Opinions don't run my damn company. You know what I mean? When it comes down to these dogs, I still got the last choice of what we do and how we do it when it comes to doing these dogs. You know what I'm saying? So don't waste your time getting caught up in that kind of madness. You know what I'm saying? Stick to your business. You know what I mean? Now, if everybody liked it the show tonight, you know my part of the time when we get ready to close this bad boy down and I get to be the one in the chair. Hold on. I can't even do it because I don't want to blow the mic out. So I'm going to let him get back in the chair and I'm going to do my thing. So y'all get them little typing things ready, man. Here, you go ahead and sit. Here, come on.
You doing any freestyle tonight? Who bust some freestyle?
Come on, man. I wish Ram could come on. Get back in that chair, man. And if you liked the show tonight, fellas, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because over here I can get loud with it. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Roses. Roses. Gentlemen, I need roses.
What's up, fellas? You know this is a weekday and a weekend now, y'all. Let them know.
Yeah, at that time, man.
Man, I hope, today's show was a marking on a lot of guys out here to give y'all a little intake on boosting, y'all morale for standing on something that seems like we losing traction to. I mean, it's good to sit here and listen to this shit, but it's better doing this shit. Yo, I'm gonna just keep it real with you. I can sit here and talk dog, but I prefer doing dogs. What love do I have more than the other? The love of doing them. But in the years that I left behind, I wish I could have did more. That's why it's important that guys, y'all listen to what I said. Because a lot of messages was inside what I told y'all tonight. Remember I said, I wish I could have did this. I wish I could have did that. Why am I wishing now when I had a chance to do it then? Because I know better now. And it took me to know now that what I did in the history is a big effect that I wish I could have back to do it better now. So yes, I learned from my past to be better for the future in my whole step all the way through these dogs. And that's the point to be made. Again, I want to thank all you guys for coming out, all you guys for hanging out, all you chat, all you viewers. I'd like to thank my panel, my boys, 7-8 in the panel. That's all I can call them. They're the panel. I want to enjoy you guys and want to continue to join you guys and help these guys out here where we all can enjoy it. We can spread this thing all the way across the damn internet, all the way across the panel, where we can get all these dog fraternity shows to start coming together and linking up and to stop all this other shit. It's just, hey, what can you ask for but paradise in a world that we live in, that we love? Get it back to being as close to that, you know? Internet makes too many internet gangsters, too many internet dogmen. You know what I mean? Remember, the dog game that I lived is not meant for the internet. That's something you should be able to learn from the past. It's different than the future, for damn sure. You can nowhere in the world you can try to do what y'all did, we did back then, now, for real. Okay, so keep that thought in mind. Think about what we did back then, and then think about, hey, you better take some advice about what was going on back then so you can be able to handle that shit now.
Well,
You know, that beat started hitting me a little bit, y'all. I'm trying to get a little wiggly and shit. I know I gotta go to this doctor tomorrow. I gotta be sitting there trying to get these people to get my little figuring right. What's going on with the... I don't want to be losing my motherfucking mind sitting here and be forgetting my name right here on the show. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, man. I need to do this one more time. It's Tuesday night. I need one more time. Damn it. Get on them damn feet. I want thumbs up, thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Roses.
Oh!
Roses. What's wrong with you fellas? I know it's Tuesday, but give me some damn roses up in here. Yeah.
Yeah, nigga, I be rocking, fellas. Yeah, I'm 61, but guess what? I'm trying to live it all out. I ain't leaving a drop.
Hey, look, this is not the weekend. We're not gonna be playing around in the damn parking lot till 2 o'clock in the damn morning. Not tonight, we won't. You know what I'm saying? But look, fellas, see, he went and jumped around here, and look, he gonna walk out this room, and he gonna go right and fall asleep. Look at, he got a little sweat on his head and everything. You know, trying to put in some work and shit. Yeah. He's trying to put in that work. Get that work in, boy. You gonna sleep good tonight, ain't you, mate?
What's up,
He
fellas?
gonna fall out, man.
Hey, I'm having fun right now, fellas. I know when I walk out that room, though, you already know, wind on. Nigga just wanna have fun with
That's why y'all
just a
see
little bit more time.
Hey, that's why y'all see me in the parking lot. Y'all don't even see him because he gonna fall out, bro. He be getting like mentally mind just. Dude, you know what I'm saying? But I laugh at it, man, because you know what? It's like the end of every show. You know what I mean? All I ask you do, man, is just when I put you in the corner, man. You know what I'm saying? And I set you out there and I turn that camera on, man, and everybody be out there looking at you to say something, man. I need you to make it to the end. I wanted to be with a purpose. Cause you know our biggest purpose, like in every show that we have, you know what I mean? We is dead serious about that thing right there, bro.
Sir.
We are so serious about that shit right there. And y'all know what that shit is?
You know what that shit is?
Y'all know what that shit is?
You know it.
Type it in there if you know what that shit is. Cause y'all know
what it is.
we always scratch the wind. Y'all know what's up.
What's up, baby?
Y'all know what's up. Yeah, baby.
Come on.
Come on, man. Let me get some of that, man. Let me get some of that in there. Hold on.
Hey, fellas, love y'all, man.
Hey, man, look here. Hey, Ram. Hey, Ram. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? I'm gonna throw these 16 bars on you right quick, Ram. I'm gonna throw these 16 bars, baby. Hold on. Let me get my park on. Hey, baby. Oh, no. Yeah. Nah, man, I ain't gonna do myself like that, man. I'm gonna say that for the professional. Big Steppin'. Waiting on you, baby. My bus, man. I mean, come on, Big Steppin', man. You know, I'm really kind of stuck here, man, trying to get it over there, bro. Yeah, hit me right there, baby. I'm looking for that call, baby.
All right, fellas, y'all stay safe. Take care of them dogs and finish out the week. Gonna see you Friday. As the world comes to an end, this night Let's roll it out. Roll it out, fellas. I'd like to thank all the people who came out tonight. I'd like to thank all you viewers who watched the end of the show all the way to the end. Please send your comments, send your questions. They're always open for me to watch and listen and learn. Special shout out to my contributors, my sponsors, you know what I mean, my supporters. Man, look, I can't say too much to y'all except for, man, y'all got a friend for life, fellas. I respect those who respected me. Right now, y'all got a long way ahead of me. I can't catch up. So the best I can do is give y'all the best I got and respect what you gave me. And respect who I am like I'm gonna respect who you are. I really appreciate it. Just keep showing the love, fellas. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Subscribe, notify. Know when we coming on. Come on, guys. Let's bring them all in. We want to get bigger than this. We need everybody in the game to catch the message. You know what I mean? Everybody.
Big shout out to the chat room.
Chat room, you know what's up.
Big shout out to the chat room. Give yourself some thumbs up.
That's right, chat room.
Salute to the chat.
Salute to the chat.
To all the moderators. And I know it's a lot of y'all out there, man. Y'all got good conversation, man. It's beautiful to see Dogmen conversating like that, man.
That's right.
Boy, y'all boys, you be proud of yourself, man, because I'm proud of you.
I grab my books right quick. Show my collection. Get big. Hold on, y'all. I gotta grab all my books. Yep, I'm looking like a child now. I got all my school books. Yes, sure, y'all. All school books. It's gonna be more. There's more coming. So thank you guys. Thank you. I'm gonna keep on reminding them. Fat Bill, Schoolboy. All your school books is right here, fellas. These are the school books.
Gentlemen,
let's get there.
Anybody need books? You get up with Fat Bill, and you're doing yourself a disservice if you do not have these books.
Yes, you are.
If you do not have Schoolboy, Richard Garcia's books in your collection, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Y'all don't know what you're missing.
You don't know what you're missing, man. I mean, just to be able to have these books and to read what's in these books, I swear to you,
you're gonna enjoy
the books and start reading them, you're not gonna put them down.
You're not gonna put them down.
All bullshit aside. Just get the books. One thing about books, you know what I'm saying? I got a library full of books, fellas. Library full of books. There's nothing like having something that's gonna be around forever.
That's right. I'm gonna go through them all. I'm gonna always do this until y'all start understanding what I'm saying. If I can appreciate them, I know y'all can. I know y'all can. Yes, sir. That's right. You can't, come on, how can you not love this? How can you not love it? And this is a thick book. I can sit there and put a dog on the meal and be like, all right, couple days, wouldn't y'all? I could damn near go through a whole, keep sitting there watching, be a lazy ass reader. Lazy ass reader. That's right, y'all. Hemi James. Yes, sir, baby. I'll throw you up in that thank you pile, bro. That's right. These are I'll always have, man. I don't know how long that always will be, but I guarantee you, as long as after I'm gone, everybody gonna know how much pleasure this is, because they're gonna be able to look at that book and open that mug up and see shit like this right here. And know their daddy was loved. My family, my grandkids, my great-grandkids, they're gonna cherish these books. Why? Because there's so much of their damn me. So much of me. so much of Twin 1 and Twin 2, our life. How we gotta appreciate it to the game. We need more of these. We need more of these. We need some of these books from you guys. That's the future. Let's go with it, baby. I'm out. Meet y'all in the parking lot for a few. I gotta get something to drink. Get them books. Don't worry, fellas. If I find out, I'll tell you what they found out about me. And then they always warn. They extended my no work for another 6 months. And I'm not allowed to work. So, hey, I need to maybe start looking into some disability or something. It's going on 2.5 years now. And I'm still alive. Based on their numbers, you know, I don't know. Based on their numbers, my clock is ticking out. Based on this dog room shit, I don't know, something changing me, man. You know, I might not be feeling better, but I'm looking great. You know what I'm saying? I don't look like no old rundown sick ass dude. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to Going Hard Reloaded Talk Show. Thanks to my twin. Thanks to y'all. Keep it real. Peace. Love you. How do I get a few of those books? Hey man, they out there, man. I'm telling you, people.
Christian, welcome back, fam. Pick up your hardware, fam. Glad to see you back, man. Appreciate you, bro. I got a little tied up. Don't want you to think I forgot about you. Go ahead and get that hardware, fam. Sorry it took me so long. I got tied up in watching this damn sound and shit and listening. I couldn't even stay involved in what the chat room was doing, fellas. Again, I ask y'all again, you know, sometimes with a lot of questions that I know I missed a couple tonight. If you will utilize that super chat, I will not disrespect you by not answering your questions in the super chat. So I try to get the questions answered that I see, but I know I missed a couple. I'm just sorry for that, no disrespect to nobody, but help me out a little bit here. Christian, go ahead and get that damn hardware, bro. I am so sorry. You should have been had it. My boss, Johnny Mac, Jimmy Mac, what's up, baby? Jimmy, I got my eye on you, fam. See you Friday, man, to come get your hardware, fam. Let you know ahead of time.
Down here through these chats, y'all. I love y'all, bro. I love my chat room.
Dread, what's up, fam? Good to see you, baby. You know you was automatic, fam. You know you was automatic. Bop, bop. Boy. Yeah, man.
Tell you I'm gonna be up here a little bit. I'm looking at the chat right now. So you guys got any questions that I might have missed? Still want to answer to me before I go shut down. I'm gonna be monitoring them and just looking at them because I've seen all them roses and shit like that. Kind of got me like, man, I'm gonna sit right here and rock back, man. I'm gonna sit right here with y'all and rock back. Love you guys. Come on!
Man, my wife got me tripping, man, because she working on the paperwork tonight, right? She know I hate paperwork. You know, I didn't get out no notifications. I ain't get nothing out on Facebook, man, because, you know, I got in late from work. Trust me. know, there's got to be something going on when I don't get that kind of shit done. You know? Yeah, I had a big surprise today. My son came in from out of town. You know what I'm saying?
Nephew! Nephew! Where you at, boy?
Gotta get him in here, man. Get him in here. Go get him right quick, bro. Come on over here, man. Get on over here, man. Let him
Get
see
on
your
over
face,
here with
man.
me, nephew!
Get on down in here, man. Yeah, man. Look right here.
You on that
This right
three-headed
here.
dragon shit? Y'all heard that three-headed dragon, right?
Three-headed dragon.
You know, when the mother two on the end slip out, that
Yeah.
one come up.
This is
Yeah.
the reloaded right
This
here,
is the
fellas.
reloaded right here, gentlemen.
Meet the new, well, he ain't the new edition. This is reloaded right here. You know what I'm saying? So, get used to knowing that face. You know what I mean? That's my boy. That's the D train. We just called it. That's my reloaded. That's all you'll know him as, you know. When you see and hear his name, you're gonna just call him reloaded because
He reloaded.
he's reloaded.
He's reloaded.
So, until next week, till Friday, fellas, we gonna holler. My boy came into town and everything, so I know him. I had to get him shout out. So, you
So all y'all boys up there know him, y'all know him. You see where he at, right? Y'all see where he
for
at.
people who know him already, y'all know where he at. He back up here hanging out with Pop for a minute. So, don't y'all get worried. I'm finna send him back. Trust me, he'll be back. Peace out, fellas. Oh yeah.
Whoa. What's up, Anthony Paul fam? What's up, fam?
Special shout out to you, Mr. Dream River and Kennels. Mr. Montana's Game Dogs, what's up, fam? Milestone. Special shout out to you, fam. What's up, fellas? Sorry I missed you. You know, once we get to rolling, things be happening. SBC, what up, fam? Once again, special shout out to you, Mr. Hemmy James. One love, fam. Much appreciation for what you did. I mean, I don't know what to say, bro. Joker, what's up, fam? Jimmy Mack, what's up, fam? Appreciate the comment, fam. Tony Party, what's up, fam? I see you, fam. Got my eye on you, Jimmy Mack. Appreciate you, fam. Again, for all you newbies, the new followers, the new subscribers to the channel, the new watchers, don't forget to hit them like buttons. Hit that subscribe button. We would appreciate it. Much love. And for those who don't know, we have a lot of blue moderators in our room because these people have been around. They participate in the chat. They've been around, they support the channel. And we try to share that love because they're all dogmen. Honorable dogmen. And all we ask you to do is just show up. We're watching you. The more you show up, participate in the chat. Support the channel. You don't have to pay for the blue. The blue, we giving out the blue to all our supporters. All we want you to do is represent. Participate in the chat. You know, that's it. We're down a couple times. We're trying to turn the whole room blue. Because that way, this is family over here. And over here, we respect that blue. Which means we respect everybody. That's the only way I can make it, you know what I'm saying? That's the only way, you know, that's a special shout out just to all my moderators, which is, you know, mostly the whole damn chat. You know what I mean? Because we take care of each other. Can't ask for nothing better than that, fellas. For all those who be looking for them books of Fat Bill and Schoolboy, I know how to get in contact with. I I just wish you guys could just support those guys and get those books, because I swear to you, all being aside, man, you gotta have those books in your collection. 20 years from now, you'll be able to look back on them books, man. And the same way I look at them, they brand new, but when I look through them books, it take me all the way back to the day, man. All that information, all the stories. I mean, it's just humbling. You know? And as a dog lover, you can't help but love the stories, man. To see the dog. And just know 20 years from now, you know what I'm saying? There's gonna be a whole new set of books, and I wanna be able to know all you guys and the ones who's gonna be a part of that movement. To be able to put them books out there, man. I wanna be able to be, I remember that guy. I remember that guy. I remember those dogs. I seen those dogs. I remember when he made that first breed. You know? That's when you take in your future and you make your future to become a part of history. That's what these books contain. History. I want you guys to support these men who have taken their time out to create this for our history. Fat Bill, Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy. Y'all get in contact with them man, at least support them and get you your books. So when you read the books, you can come back in, you're gonna have to find a whole lot more to talk about, because believe me, man, there's so much information in them books. Can't tell me you know everything out here about this dog game. But you know I can find almost anything I want to find in them books. You gotta have them books, bro. Hey, Mr. Hemi James. Man, you have been not only a supporter to the channel, but a supporter to my brother just outside this channel, you know? And to do what you did for us with those books, man, all I can do is actually say thank you, but you know you got a friend in me. I do a lot of things in life, man. If I can help you in any kind of way, you know what I mean? You got the email address, you know. I am really a professional. I got insights on a whole lot of things, being, you know, president and CEO of a corporation. We diversify in a whole lot of things. I'm always trying to find the best deal for everything. Houses, air conditioning, heating, appliances, insurance, you know. It's not about what you know, it's about who you know. And I know you, and because of you hooking me up with them books, I kind of want to be able to do something for you, sir. So anything I can do for you, my door is always open. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. That's almost, you know, hopefully it's more than a thank you, because I am offering something in return. Because that's big, bro. You didn't even have to do that, but you did. I tell you, man, that go a long way with people. I mean, at least with me anyway. Hey, Milestone, you need to let me know who that is, bro. Cause I don't block nobody from this channel. First of all, I don't know how to, but if you having a problem, you let me know and I will definitely look into it for you, fam. What's up, Mr. Frederick? What's up, fam? because as you notice, this chat is open. I don't know how to block anybody from even chatting in here. I don't even know how that works. And Ben, I'm seeing all these chats in here. We gotta figure that out because unless one of my moderators know how to do it, and I'm pretty sure. What KRU? I remember he used to come into the room. He can't get in, Milestone? Know what you saying, fam? All right, Frederick, go ahead and do that, man. It's a good show tonight, man. Much respect, much love to you, fam. Milestone, tell him to try to come in now, so I can see if I can help you out on that situation. Cause there's no way he should be blocked, bro. Cause I don't know how to block nobody. And maybe you can help me out figure it out why we doing this now, right? Okay, Milestone time there gotta be someone on his end, cause you notice it says when you go on for chat, it says you can chat publicly, and you know this is an open room right here. So help him out on his end and make sure it ain't something he doing, because I don't block people, and I don't see why he couldn't be able to type in, being that's the situation. Let me see what I can do to help you out here, fam. I don't even know what button to push to see. If anybody know what the problem is out there, could y'all help us out a little bit? We got a man that's been a follower for me with us for a while, and all of a sudden he can see the chat, but he can't chime in. Anybody want to help us out with that? It'll be appreciated. Thanks, Milestone. Until then, I'm gonna try to work on it. And hey, don't give up on that, cause I want to see. I really want to know why that's happening like that, cause I know it's nothing that I'm doing on this end, and I'm public, and I don't know how to block people, so cause it's not really anybody I'm doing that with. So let me see here. Pop out chat participants. gonna get with Ram and see if Ram can help me out. Yeah, I'll do that. still here. I know it's Tuesday night. But you know what? It's about that time. Parking lot will be closing shortly. Don't worry about Larry. I know you can catch it on the replay, baby. That's right, Paul, man. Man, you better tell him. Better tell him. Check that. Guess it's that time of the night, fellas. It's that point in time in the show the way you gotta say, you gotta go. I don't know where you're going, but you're getting the hell away from here. Again, look forward to seeing you guys Friday. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget to check out the new books. Fat Bill, Richard Garcia, Schoolboy. You fellas need to check out their books, man. A lot of good information. You know what I mean? Support them. I'm telling you, every dog man should have these books in their collection. So, everybody get a chance to go ahead and tap in and get your order in. Anybody need any information on how to get these books? Just send us just send us an email. You guys got goinghardreloaded@gmail.com. Goinghardreloaded gmail.com, and I'm pretty sure I can make sure you get the information needed to order your books. So, until then, I want everybody to understand it's time to go. I'll give you one more chance to rock out. All right, fellas. I'm gonna leave it right here at 8:13. Representing Tampa, Florida. See you guys Friday for Hot Mic Friday. Until then, everybody stay safe. And remember, always scratch the win. Like I said, until Friday, y'all stay safe. Peace. I'm out.